shit. that shit. You're not audible, Red. Okay, on limits. Unmuted.
Okay, here we go again. Oh my god. The mic was on mute and I was giving you guys a very good hello coming from the Philippines. But okay, let's have a take two on
Let's
that
do
one.
that again. Yeah.
So okay, let's do that again. As I was saying, we have finally reached the last day of the grand finals. Welcome to day 4, week number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Community Stars, brought to you by Esports County. Now we are getting ready once again to hop into the another night of pure action, drama, and
Hey.
suspense. Right now, I'm talking about right now on the caster's desk. We got Red Queen and Pika Lozano.
Yes, this is basically a reverse of what happened to us during day 1, the very first day, and lo and behold, day 4, it happened again. But Red Queen, it is great to for us to actually have reached this epic conclusion,
Oh my
supposedly,
gosh.
of our grand finals for the PMCS. Now,
Mm-hmm.
of course, apart from the shiny hair that you are donning tonight, which which absolutely caught me by surprise, these teams, of course, are really gonna go after gold, the lion's share of 3,000 US dollars. So I'm pretty
Mm-hmm.
sure that they're gonna be putting their best feet forward here. All these teams, and
Ooh.
it could. We already had a debate prior to this, ladies and gentlemen, whether or not
Yes, sir.
these teams will actually step on the gas, or are they going to stay in the parking lot for the time being? Now, here we go. On your screens is MABATEX Esports is dessert. So, Red Queen, we never got to tell the players that we are dropping off at Erangel here. So, it looks like we're gonna go El
First
Clasico
match.
for match number 1.
You're right, you are. And I feel like it's going to get extra crazy because, well, we already have
Yeah.
MABATEX again up against the limit over, of course, here in the area of Lipovga. Now, number advantage goes to MABATEX, of course, but I think pretty much limit over is still complete at this point. But look at that. We are seeing a lot of aggression coming from the side of MABATEX here. Pika and Leo is actually flanking to maybe go for a pinch so far. I think this is a good move coming from Mavic since they want to really, pin down limit over in this situation.
That's true. To me, Red Queen, I think that yes, they're gonna play pickoff here. I'm pretty sure. A lot of these teams are gonna dip their foot in the water, just maybe one foot at a time, one leg at a time, and then just take that on out of there. I don't think we're gonna see a lot
Mm-hmm.
of this unnecessary aggression from these players, because again, these points are
Yes.
absolutely precious.
All
But
right. All right.
this is not the same. Okay, this is not the same for dessert. I think he is feeling himself, or at least he's feeling how the team is right now, because Baby already had one frag to his name. So oh my
Oh,
gosh, but I think he paid dearly for that care of Devil. So Devil V2 version 2, I'm guessing, manages to tie things up, or at least to get a bit of vengeance against MABATEX.
yeah. Remember that devil was once an angel, and devil right here is about, of
Hey,
course, to collect all of the
some
kills
names.
coming from, coming from limit over. But unfortunately, devil was part of limit over, so I guess that was over for him. We got Mapatix over here
Mhm.
emerging victorious from that encounter, and again, the battle happened inside Lipovka. Now, 4 eliminations so far at the initial stages of the game here. Pika, Mabitex again with a
Yeah,
win.
that's right. You know what, Red? I would actually say that I'm gonna bring up the point that I made earlier. I would say that despite the fact that I
Yes.
know they're gonna be careful, I don't think they're also gonna be complacent. I mean, just look at Leo, right? He already has 2 frags
Yeah.
to his name, maybe and dessert one each respectively. So I think that they're also trying to build a bit of confidence here. We believe that MABATEX is also a very very improved and consistent team, for the entirety of the grand finals, because they've been
Mm-hmm.
either placing really high or they'll get a chicken dinner of their own. So I'm really curious as to how long they can keep this up, Red Queen.
Yeah, and like I said, you know what? I feel like it's gonna get extra crazy tonight, Vika, and there's no doubt
Hmm.
about that one. Maybe some off moments, but considering that tonight is the night that we are gonna determine who will be crowned champion for the PUBG Mobile Community Stars, and you know what? I
Yes.
I honestly couldn't wait since this morning. I was looking at the stats, and my
Yeah.
level of anxiety is shooting off the roof.
And for good reason, I would say, because some of these placements are very close. As we talked about this,
Mm-hmm.
prior to the stream. But don't look now here, Red, as well,
Mm-hmm.
because despite the elimination of Limit Over, there are no other teams. Like we said, who have engaged into combat. Well, there it is. There's one. NB's Esmundo, because before that frag, it was only MABATEX who actually had 4 elimination points. So this could be again a domino effect, Red Queen, as they started seeing their kill feed definitely lighting up. That will definitely mean that, oh, we have to make haste, and I think that is exactly what NB Esports is doing.
You know what? We've mentioned this yesterday that whatever output will be, coming from the overalls, that's going to dictate the tempo for tonight's matches. And Karma, let me just bring this one up. I wouldn't suggest that these guys should be complacent tonight, because they may be sitting at the throne for now, but it's really hard to say if that would still be the case up until the end of the show.
True.
Right? There are a lot of teams that are tailing them right behind, and it looks like, you know what, it's not over just yet for the side of NB Esports. They're still, going up against Genesis. On the other hand, we already have 2 casualties on the side of this team. So it's just West Carry right here and Master Ichi with a very nice tandem. And just look at that. They have, of course, the advantage since they have this cover over here. But then again, you know what? They are battling it out onto the next building. Right, the distance is not much so far. They can easily throw each other nades and hope for the best.
Yeah. Speaking of very close encounters, I think this is very personal so far here, Red Queen, when it comes to Genesis Esports and NB Esports, because they are both not flinching. They know where they are, and the slightest bit of movement definitely going to be hurt. So Master Ichi, again, as well as West Carry, they know each other's play styles, but I'd say the same for the other teams. They know that if an encounter ensues, they're not gonna back down from it. So, but I think they also have to play smart if they haven't already, because right here, Master Ichi only has one medical utility under his belt. And that was bad. That was a crazy push. Very dangerous there. And West Carry is booted out now. We have Master Ichi left with no choice. He has to use his medical utilities here, Red Queen. And
right.
Sadly, I think he has to defend their name by himself.
Yeah, West Carry with a UMP, and we got Esmondo right there with a AKM. So that's not a fair fight so far. But look who joined into the fight. 7th element picking up those leftovers coming from NB Esports. But right now, NB is the one in big trouble. And there you go. Oh my goodness! There was even a clutch coming from Esmondo right there. Wow.
Okay. We see that. We recognize. That's awesome. Okay, but there it is. Vengeance definitely comes in swift waves. Now, NB Esports, ladies and gentlemen, supposedly the newest addition for week 2, sent back in by 7th element. Now, good stuff already here, right, Queen? So, I think it goes to show that both our points are valid. That one point at one moment in this entire game alone, they're gonna go fast and then they're gonna go slow, or vice versa. So, judging by where the circle is headed here, folks, we're gonna move towards prison, maybe. I think even school and shelter. So, it's really presumptuous at this point, because a lot of the teams, even MSX, Red Queen, they're still at military base, taking sweet time, most likely looting up and allowing the waves of oppositions to mellow down a little bit before they even attempt to cross that bridge.
Yeah, on the side of NB Esports, you know what? If I'm going down, I'm taking one with me, and there you go.
Definitely.
From that altercation, from that altercation, we lost one member coming from the side of 7 elements, and now they're down to just 3 players. But let's look at what's happening right here on the map. So it looks like MSF2D will be coming from the southern part area of the Irango.
Military.
Now, there's 2 choices whether if they want to use the East Bridge or the West Bridge, right? So I think if they choose to go west, I think there's a huge roadblock coming from, the guys of Asian, probably. Even if they maybe settle around Pochinki, there's that gatekeeping opportunity right there. But let's put a hold on that one, because we got A1 Esports right up in here, challenging MABATEX right here, Pika.
And I think they have very few resources to spare here. Look at this. Looking over the shoulder, there is K9. Good throw. I think he implied a
man!
He implied a threat from that window. So good stuff. And he catches someone really crossing there. Okay, here we go. But has to attend to the aid of Nightwing here. He has to make a quick pickup. Look at his positioning as well. Everybody ready to respond. So Hitman does get clipped a little bit, but he finishes the
Ooh.
job off of Baby, and I think Desert as well. He does. Hitman now living up to the namesake, and now K9 again has to patch himself up a little bit. Look at how much utilities he has here, Red Queen. Not just for medical, but even for what the smokes.
Yes.
Good amount of nades as well. So let's see how they're gonna play.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like this is an absolute domination or a takeover, supposedly where MABATEX is staying care of A1 Esports.
You know what? There is another team that's just lurking around the area, and those are the guys coming from
Yes.
T2K. And so I think this is going to be a wild ride so far. But there you go. MABATEX has already been eliminated so far. So here comes another challenger up against A1 Esports. And like what I said, it's T2K. We got XMPL cooking this nade, throwing inside that building. Oh, he sees the shoulders. He sees the shoulder of K9 over there. Went for the spray down, but unfortunately, K9 was able to dodge that attack, but it was a close call right there, Pika.
Should you have stayed a second longer there, K9? Your teammates are definitely gonna bring out the stretcher. Oh my goodness, beautiful stuff coming from XMPL here now. And
Mhm.
he barely had any cover as well because that brick wall was also somewhat penetrable, if I may. So that was again, as you said, too close to call. There's someone up there who loves
Yes.
K9, so gotta love it. Now we know how trained to kill.
Yes.
How trained to kill Red Queen. They have very good tactical positioning, but this is an unusual approach from them. I believe that's Suyog from far away, and in no manner I think he'll
Uh-oh.
be able to respond to any onslaught. But of course, there's a bit of a predicament here for A1 Esports. I think they have to vacate that. Granted that their position definitely has been
Right.
compromised. Red.
Yeah, so the bulk so far for the teams would be on the southern part and also on the west side of Erangel. So the fight with T2K and Bad Intention so far, as well as A1 Esports, are all happening from the northern side, which is, I feel like there's plenty of space to move around to. I mean, they have the option whether or not to
Mhm.
engage. They can maybe head onto the eastern side, perhaps, but definitely on the side of A1 Esports, they did a good performance yesterday. They improved their overall stats, probably because they won a chicken dinner and they really racked up some kill points so far. But if they lose to an engagement right now, I think it would be a struggle again to go for that consistency and of course like
Mhm.
maybe catching up with the pace of the game.
That's right. And to me, Red Queen, I think that these teams, these very, very resounding teams, as we mentioned before, DRS, Ruthless Aggressive
Mhm.
Warriors, the guys of Asian, Stalwart as well. I think at this point, they're gonna do the formula says, or as ranked game strategy suggests. Just oh
Oh,
my gosh! Oh, okay. I was about to say that this is definitely gonna be very timid up until we have someone who chooses to engage, and just like that, Edward with an awesome nade lands straight into the sternum. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is insane, Red Queen. I don't think they're gonna push back anytime soon. I was gonna say that those teams are gonna do the
right.
original ranked game mentality, but no, not anymore. They're after the points, and I think it's also because they
Oh
don't want to be
man.
caught in such a
No,
small
no,
circle
no.
before anything else.
Yeah, I don't think IC is gonna survive this one. I mean, TGOA is on a mission really to rack up some kill points
Yep,
as well. I
yep.
mean, they obviously want to improve their overall stats. And also coming off from the screen, we got IHC being eliminated as well as Stalwart Esports. Oh man, I mean, just at the stage 3 of our first match, and we've seen quite a number of teams that has been sent back to the lobby. Pika, we got Limit Over, NB Esports, IHC, Stalwart, MABATEX, and of course Genesis. But you know what? On the side of MABATEX, I mean, they did fairly well considering the fact that they were able to manage to put up 5 elimination points so far before they exited the game.
Right. I'll say this now. I think that there's still a big chance that A1 Esports can chase the big guns, the big dogs as well of the yard.
Probably.
Granted, their status right now, yeah, because I think they learned from that. They learned from that encounter, and there's a huge chance that where they are in the map, they can definitely feel out where these players are going to collect later
Mm-hmm.
on, and seeing how they're kind of close to shelter and farm, uh,
Mm-hmm.
I know for a fact that they will not try to attempt to cross that road that we're seeing on our screen, those white lines, ladies and gentlemen, because that will
Mm-hmm.
definitely spell disaster. So from the perspective of A1, I think they can wait it out
Yeah.
up until it's a clear cross for them. It's a clear go signal before they also dip into the action. Granted, we also only have 10 teams remaining, and it's also pretty. I can dare say this is pretty late already, Red Queen, for such eliminations,
Mm-hmm.
because there were times that at stage 4 we would already be down to half. So yeah, I think Red Queen, you definitely jinxed in a good way what you said earlier. These teams are definitely going to be careful.
Like I said, but we're not really running short of action yet, Pika. I mean, everyone is
Oh my
just out
goodness,
to
definitely
really
not.
get those elimination points that they need. And so far, look at here. We got A1 Esports, of course. I think they are scouting the area. There were like players coming from CMFTZ maybe trying to spray them down a bit, and so A1 Esports stopped in a certain location, probably getting some intel as well as where
Oh,
to head best, for the team. But wow, that was just intense. The guys of
that's
Asian
brutal.
over here found themselves, up against is this okay, ASL Cherry? I think these are the guys from DRS, if I'm not mistaken. Their current roster so far playing
A
this
different,
this
yeah,
tournament.
yeah, a different team, right? Or basically, again, another group, but that
Yes,
may not
sir.
matter so much right now. Red Queen, although I have to give it to them, they're still looking pretty healthy. Complete roster, taking it slow on the eliminations, but really running that clock. Here we go.
There you go.
Now with 1 minute, a few minutes, basically a minute and a few seconds remaining here for stage 4, we're gonna see another shrink,
Oh
another
man.
implosion here. So these teams are definitely gonna start shaking hands a little later, and let's see how they're gonna be. They're gonna recalculate their approach, because, as I mentioned, Red Queen, there will be a huge road in front of him,
Oh.
right? Oh my gosh, Hitman has been taken out. No, not like this, Hitman. No, your contract. Okay, never mind. T2K adding another casualty onto their scoreboard. So Red Queen CMFZ. Again, we've seen how these players can be. They have no
Oh.
elimination points yet whatsoever. But they're looking pretty strong, And again, stage 4 with 5 teams complete, that says a
Oh
lot.
no no no. Yes. Okay, here we go. A1 Esports K9 is the only active player so far from this team. He is actually being thrown a lot of nades his way by T2K, Suyog, and Doki, just right up in front of him. Oh, coming
Mm.
from the right side! No, oh my goodness, that was a
It-
very good explosion, right? That was a very good
Mhm.
way to get those elimination kills, and just like that, A1 Esports is already out of the way.
I cannot be any more wrong with that prediction, Red Queen. I am disappointed at myself for holding on to that bit of hope. But okay, A1 Esports sadly had to say goodbye. So up, on to the next game. So here we go, stage 5, Red Queen. This is what I was pointing out earlier. This huge road in front of them. I'm not so sure if they're gonna take the action here, but as you noticed, Raw, the players of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors have definitely capitalized on the high ground.
Correct.
Just like that, a supposedly complete roster, a complete squad says goodbye once again to Red Queen with some of PRS. Oh, okay. I had to say it. Never mind, Red Queen. It looks like they relinquished their position now. This aggressive warrior is looking like they're in big trouble here.
You're not even letting us catch our breath. I mean, I did expect this one though. I mean, I will definitely see a lot of explosive gunfights right here inside of this game. And right now, that is what the teams are, giving us at this moment. Oh, and look at that! That's just so amazing. I mean, Falcon getting
Okay.
punished from the window, from the barred window, I might add, coming
Okay.
from Ruthless Aggressive Esports. That was Sky so far, so this will allow him a little bit of time so far to maybe go for that quick revive, because Jiggle is still out there bleeding. But so far they will come out of this victorious and with a complete set of players. But look at that one, Amura Chili.
Okay.
got torn into pieces by auto aim, and CMFTZ
Oh, that's it.
was able to actually get one elimination point so far. But here comes the challenge. We've got Ruthless Aggressive Warriors heading towards their way.
So XMPL, spectacular performance. I would say earlier, but he becomes a casualty. I'd say the same for this other member. I keep forgetting who that is. I'm not even sure if that's if that's who I think it is. But here we go, and still ready for a revive here. Suyo kind of bleeding, honestly. Still got two eliminations with him on just like that. Never mind. Very aggressive here is Bad Intentions. So Red Queen, I think that the boys of Bad Intentions they really want to seal the deal on this one. They are supposedly the healthiest looking players, the healthiest looking team. And with a lot of assistance from the vehicles here, they are causing a tremendous amount of chaos. Now, Jax and Dante still upright, still alive and kicking. Now, sadly, we're gonna have to say goodbye to 90 Degree over there, being the first casualty, and Knight followed thereafter. Now, you have to get out of here, Jax, because stage 5 is a very unforgiving zone already. Gotta be able to heal.
Yes,
Now, Red Queen, check out the scoreboard. Oh my gosh! Okay, high. One of my favorites, Red.
Yeah, we've talked about this a while ago, Pika. Those teams that are coming from the bottom half section of the scoreboard, I mean, it's just so amazing to see like how high their confidence is right now. I mean, obviously
Yeah.
they don't have anything to lose, so right now they're just trigger happy teams, just collecting all of those kill points that they can, as much as they can. But so far, T2K lost a lot though to Bad Intentions, and now guys, we're looking at 5 teams remaining and 14 players alive because Ai coming from CMF has just been tagged so far, and right now auto aim with that DP28 spotted some players coming from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, and they're actually on their way to get inside the safe zone as well. But you know what? Before they can even reach the circle, Pika, they seriously need to do a massive cleanup. I mean, they still need to consider the fact that there's HVDC also right up in front of them. I mean, it is already starting to, be chaotic at this point in the game.
Oh, look at this. And that's what we were talking about.
What?
I think this was the mistake. That's what I was talking about. That was the mistake a while ago. I think that Ruthless Aggressive Warriors did. They abandoned the high ground. Red Queen, just like that, all our faith has been squandered off by Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, care of CMF. My goodness. They pushed that one guy behind a boulder and paid the price dearly, I might add. Here we go. Now, the only complete teams that we have, high voltage, very opportunistic. We also have CMFZ still here in the game, seventh element, and last but not least, Bad Intentions with one member remaining, Red Queen. This is gonna be too fast to call. We gotta be ready for whatever is gonna happen.
Oh, yes, we do. And I do understand, like coming from the Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, why they had to give up that high ground position. I mean, they needed to get inside the circle. What I don't understand, Pico, is the fact that auto aim was not able to take them down both. Right? Because Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, they had all the advantage. I mean, that was 2 against 1, so I don't really understand why they weren't able to put down auto aim from that altercation. And here we go, Goku bot again with another kill. But so far, I think it cost him his teammate over there, and Bad Intentions as well has been eliminated. So we're looking at 3 teams, Pika. 3 teams and 7 players remaining. Now, number advantage goes to both CMFC and HVDC. But scratch that kasi, sorry, because we only have 2 players left for both HV and CMFZ. So 40%, I think, they're both tied on the chance of winning this whole thing. But there is a switch, okay? In the air, 67% on HV.
What happened? CMFZ they were 3 men strong, and I was about to say the 7th element was the odd one out. But here we go with the final 2 teams. High voltage, as I mentioned earlier, very opportunistic, very cunning. Now, should they be able to corner GokuBot into a choke point here? There is nowhere for him to go, Red. There are absolutely no buildings to help him out from, and all he has is this vehicle. A lot of these smokes, but this can only last so long, Red Queen. Let's see how this is going to be. Remember, GokuBot still has a huge amount of fragging momentum on his side. Should Santir and Rogue fall in line the wrong way here, he can take them out both clean.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. All
They're
right,
feeling
here we
it.
go. HV already making a move so far. Okay, they're trying to assess the situation. Goku Bot knows exactly what HVDC is trying to pull off. Of course, they're gonna go front
He turned his
and
back. He
back, and
turned
there
his back.
Goku Bot was able to
Ah,
get
that's it.
tagged from behind. But then again, you know what? He got sandwiched. He got pinned down, and it was just like so obvious who will win our first match this evening. We got high voltage domination crew left with just
Mhm.
two members of the team, but still managing to get that chicken dinner so far for our match number one.
I love that. Okay, that could not have gone well, honestly, for Gokubot. Sadly, I did put faith in his again fragging momentum, his elimination flow, but having two people side to side, and again they triangulated the entire situation, and worse,
Yes.
Red Queen, just as Gokubot faced the opposite direction, that is exactly when he got absolutely pinched by high voltage domination crew.
Yes,
So
sir.
congratulations, beautiful start for a winner chicken dinner, and this may be a premonition on how the rest of these teams are gonna play things out moving forward.
Okay. I'm still hung up on the fact that there's a Tagalog word that slipped through my mouth, but
Oh,
it's okay.
that's going on our book.
No,
That is in the
because
book.
no,
So
yeah, no, because it was so intense, and I really wanted to say a lot of things, but then again, okay, I must not get
it is what it
that
is.
get the best of me, right? But anyway, it has been a long road for these teams, right? 2 weeks of it just for the grand finals. That's a
Mhm.
total of 48 matches, which is totally unbelievable. Again, I can only imagine the amount of time invested just to make sure that they can play at the highest level. But look at the team stats over here. Okay, we got Sancher
Mhm.
with 2 elimination points, Rogue with 3, 462 damage, and 220 damage taken so far. I think it's still acceptable. Um,
Yeah.
not much on the elimination Pika, but they did manage to get that chicken dinner. So, they're going to end batch number one with a total of 15 points. So that is not a bad start at all. I think that is, like maybe the proper motivation for the team to actually still do good and keep the energy going until they reach, match number 6 of this competition. After all, we are talking about the final day of the PUBG Mobile Community Stars. So if you got something going on, if you have still something to pull out of your magic box
Mhm.
somewhere, now is the time to do that.
Another thing that I'd like to point out, though we haven't seen who the MVP is, yesterday the first game, the MVP
Mm-hmm.
of the first game was actually Jiro, also all from high voltage. So that's momentum, and this is
Mm-hmm.
again a premonition. It's a good sight to see. But however, of
Yes,
course,
sir.
we gotta give this man credit, Red Queen. So seventh
Mm-hmm.
element Goku bot once again showing to us why he deserves a lot of these cards. These badges that he can take home for him
Mm-hmm.
to enjoy, because he really did pull off a lot of wonderful frags, 5 eliminations, really a good amount of
Yes,
damage
sir.
here, and half half of the contribution that he would have for his entire team. So congratulations. Now I think Red Queen, moving forward, this is also going to give us quite a wonder how the pacing of the other games are going to be, because they started off quite slow, right? Up until like about two
Yes.
minutes in, there was really nothing going on whatsoever, maybe even more. So here, let's see.
Yeah, and I'm also checking if like how many chicken dinners did HV get so far in this whole competition? So I think they got one coming from Miramar. They
Yeah.
also had okay, I'm just checking one in Erangel, day two of the competition. So I
And
think
another
this
one
is
here.
their third chicken dinner for the entire PMCS. Now
And we
check
could,
out the elimination
yeah.
damage, right? Okay, seven
Hmm.
element. Okay, it's a well, it's very obvious, right? Pretty much a balance in terms of getting those elimination points and damage points as well. HV not so much on the eliminations, just like what we said earlier. Ruthless aggressive warriors right here again with high damage so far. So I guess pretty much it is the same with T2K and as well as NB Esports. They don't have any problems, engaging, taking in fights whatsoever. But the fact of matter is they can knock down opponents. But you know what? Probably the fight is happening mid to long range. That's why they kind of failed to actually close the kill.
Yeah, yeah. I think there's a lot of heat right now towards auto aim Red Queen, but again, I think he did what he had to do, or at least tried to.
Mm-hmm.
You said it yourself. I could smell literally your dismay when that happened, and I for one also had to facepalm a little bit. But
Right.
there will be more situations for him to rectify. Now, speaking of situations here, sadly, Stalwart Esports did not actually score anything here whatsoever for our
Mm.
match alone. This match number 19. So I think
Mm.
I think this calls for a huddle for a lot of these teams that we have here, Red Queen, especially the final three that we have, 14, 15, and 16. It is crunch time, for lack of better term here,
Mm-hmm.
and these teams will definitely need to punch in
Wow.
all their cards. Now, this is a good sight for us tonight with 227
Yes,
throwables.
sir.
We witnessed this firsthand, so good job, guys. you know,
And yes, I mean there was a bit of decline when it comes to the amount of nades used yesterday, which is a little bit unusual if you ask me. But now that everyone is on a Hulk mode, like they just want to smash and destroy, I feel like we're gonna see really a lot of fireworks happening today. I mean, everyone just started engaging with one another right off the bat.
yes, and moments per moments here, Red Queen. Those are what we
Hmm.
really live for. Now, just for match 19 here, folks. This is not yet the totality of everything. We still have ruthless, aggressive warriors very high up with
Hmm.
148 total points. Yangon Galacticus, we saw how devastating they can be as well in the past days with 134.
Hmm.
Agon, however, this point forward, Red Queen, the gaps are starting to get smaller and smaller, as you said. So Agon now 8 with
Hmm.
116, Train to Kill with 111, Karma with 104, and then more leaps here from IHC, STE, and MSX with 95, 87, and 80 points respectively.
Yes. You know what? We were always talking about how Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, Karma, and the guys of Asian had quite a few upsets during their previous matches, particularly day 5 and 6. Yesterday was a complete deja vu because, especially for the Ruthless Aggressive Warriors and Karma, I mean, both won a winner winner chicken dinner yesterday and got trigger happy inside the battlefield, hence proving to everyone that they're not here to just play. They are here
Hmm.
to actually dominate.
That's true. And I think as well that at this point, since we're only
Mm-hmm.
dealing with two maps, there's a lot of adaptation going on because there's almost all the angles, almost all the potential directions where the flight path can
Mhm.
land. They've already experienced that, so there are
Yes.
already records for that, ladies and gentlemen. Now, speaking of making sure that your teams get far in this tournament, we're not just talking about their performances, but also their popularity, because you still have until June 24 to cast your votes for your favorite teams and players. All you got to do is click on the link by the description and the comments. Remember, you have until June 24th, 12 a.m. IST. So don't wait any longer. Vote now.
You know what? The level of love and respect I have for every pro team present in this tournament. I mean, I just want to say, I see you. Hands down to everyone. Thank you for making PUBG Mobile your best game, and of course to the fans, to our viewers from A1 Gaming Esports. Man, let's keep cheering them on. Let's keep rooting for our PUBG Mobile players representing their countries in the global stage, giving us pride and glory. You know what, Pika? I feel like I completely missed the introduction for for tonight's game, and we're gonna do that as soon as we get back to our second game this
Mhm.
evening. So, guys, please don't go away. Red Queen and Pika will be right back.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned for the PMCS Grand Finals. Yes, this is day number 8. And as Red Queen and I are absolutely ecstatic to bring in the action once again, yours truly, Pika, we're still here on the mic. I will definitely ask you guys to please bear with us because we ourselves need to catch our breath for this action. Now, Red Queen, I know we never really got the chance to introduce what's at stake here, but of course, money wise, that's whopping 3,000 US dollars. But it is, of course, the bragging rights to be called the PMCS, basically the Community Stars champion, right here tonight.
That break was fast, just like the Flash. But anyway, yeah, I didn't even get to flex my hair. You know what? We're both having the silver hair. You know, just to
Yeah.
prepare for you guys because this is already the final day, ladies and gents, and we love to prepare for you because we want to give you guys
Mhm.
a very good show. But Pika is right. All 24 teams are competing for the lion's share worth 3,000 prize pool. So man, I want also to have a piece of that one. But anyway, our first Miramar this evening, and again, if you tune in late, this is already the second match. So far, this is kind of a forgivable flight path of Pika. It's pretty much right there
Mhm.
in the middle. So I think teams would clearly go to the big cities, right? And you know what,
Mhm.
it's always going to be interesting to see like where the teams are going to be choosing to drop, since it'll always give us an idea like what
Wow.
kind of gameplay we are to expect coming from the teams. Are they going to be engaging right ahead, or are they going to play this one a little bit passive, meaning that they would want to complete all of the attachments first, they would want to complete all of the equipments as well as the throwables, or like have a very good set of arsenal in their backpack. But you know what? Those who will choose to drop in the central, that also speaks volume of how confident they are in terms of their skill set, in terms of the gunfights, right? Like what's happening right inside Los Leones. I think there is already a fight starting.
Yeah, definitely. And while that's happening, I'm gonna break the ice real quick here, Red Queen. You saw that player with that skin. Actually, I have the same hair color as yours. So that was crazy. See there, there we go. Okay, just lose the pigtails most likely. But anyways, as Redkin was saying, there already was a bit of a brewing already, and there's a frag under IQ already from Agon I8. So I think that's a good start for Agon. We know how this team is also very unpredictable sometimes, Red. I personally believe that
Yes.
with this roster that we're seeing, they've taken a lot of notes. Now here we go. The ever
Boom.
mysterious and uncertain Red Esports also have started to take name.
Man, we have a little bit of space up there on the north eastern side of Miramar. So I feel like most of the teams will be going for a car play. We'll probably see like maybe some long rotations happening, maybe going to the side of Tierra Bronca, Cruz del Valle, or Torre Ahumada. But check that
Mhm.
out, because we always say that this is desert, right? And we don't see that much water, but there is indeed an oasis onto the northern side of
Well, that's
Miramar.
true. That is very true. And again, it's always scary whenever I see teams actually aiming for the middle of Miramar because while we know that yes, it's necessary to get the good loot, a lot of the good merch, it also proves them very
Hmm.
vulnerable, right? Because the moment that you deploy and then you have a whole bunch of players really on your tail,
Right.
there's really that haste. And you can see that the moment that your parachute starts to open and you look around a little bit, you're gonna be baffled by the sight of all these contenders that you have around you. Now, speaking of contenders, it looks like Raging Bulls, specifically Rayman over here, may have a bit of a plan of
Hmm.
filling up the car with a bit of gas. So let's see if I think he's here for a convoy maybe. Got Evil Boy there, probably looted a lot, and most likely gonna regroup, most likely, and in drive-by mode, just a bit of surveillance. But Red Queen, I think we're going back to the slow pace of this game.
Yep.
What the
But
heck was
I
that?
don't think it's the same story though for the guys of Asian A1 Esports and Agon. I8 because they are about to have a scaffold against the TGOA, considering that this is like the team that is closer to them compared to A1 Esports. But here comes Agon X8IQQ with a DBS already trying to make a move. Of course, at this point in the
Ow!
competition, you
Okay.
need to get an intel. But I think you know what? TGOA has a better intel compared to Agon I8 from that from that trade-off. I mean, that accurate nade that puts him down. Man, that was a vital kill so far.
Here we go, and Nomura Chili returning the favor as well. That was a good push. That was a very, very good push. Now here we go. Nightwing brought to his knees here by Ghost. Agon and TGOA just bringing us very cinematic exchanges here, Red Queen. Let's see how they're gonna close this duel, because we already have one gone from already.
Nice.
We have one gone here from the guys of Asian.
Oh,
now here we go.
man.
Falak. What? That really looked like a really quick spray off of that M249 here. But yes, MH,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
pretty sure that he was relayed information here by Edward. And I think the staircase providing enough cover. And as well as, look at how Falak is making proper use of that M249. Is he going to be able to wipe
Yes,
out the
sir.
entire squad here, Red Queen? Oh, not
There
quite.
you
All right,
go.
there we go. I jinxed it. I jinxed it.
Yeah, I mean M249 versus a UMP. I mean, we're talking about 9mm versus a 5.56 ammos. Of course, he's gonna win that altercation. But it was a good thing for Edward because he was holding an AKM, so that's a 7.62mm ammo. So I think he had
Damage.
the best chance to actually take him down. Yeah, because of the hit damage, right? But he needs to make he needs to make this one quick. They need to do a quick reset or recuperate fast because A1 Esports, of course, not gonna let them lick their wounds because that would be an advantage on the side of A1 Esports. They would want to collect kill points and capitalize on the fact that the guys of Asian hasn't done their reset just yet.
Okay, the circle definitely nearby, but they're not quite in it yet. So I think Edward is in pursuit here of anything medical. He can't push. He can't take any more gunfights at this point. There's a deficit for the entire team
man.
actually when it comes to medical resources. Now here we go. West Point Mambas taking their bites off of this exchange here, Red Queen. So much as that we'd like to chase how the Mambas are doing, we're seeing a lot of the guys of Asian here as well as A1. You said it so yourself. These are the scavengers off of that last
Oh!
Now here we go. Hitman still taken out by MH. Unbelievable. Okay. This is interesting. This is interesting. Look at the guys of Asia literally fighting for their lives here. Knowing how they've been
Oh,
battered
man.
and bruised from that exchange against Agon. So
What?
there we go. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
man.
Okay. Igneous falls victim again.
Oh.
Falls victim here. Okay.
That wasn't a very good move coming from Edward. I mean, it was a crucial trade that was happening between their teams, and to go inside coming from the window is not advisable at all. But anyway, there
Oh,
you go. The
wow.
guys of Asian, I think it's all done. They're already out of the game, but there was
Yep.
a fight happening. There's a fight happening between Yangon
Still.
Galacticus and the West Point Mambas. Now, Super Andrew is out there in the open bleeding, so I don't think they have time to go for that quick pickup just yet because they have to keep the West Point Mambas at bay. You know what, they would want to keep them inside that building to allow Cute Loki help Super Andrew over here, and as soon as they do
Yes,
their
that's
reset,
true.
I think that would be the perfect time for them to actually crash where WPM is staying at the moment and hope for the best.
I think if my memory serves me right, I didn't see if the entire roster of the Low Kings are actually complete because we've never been to their perspective. But so far, we have those two members that we did not see yesterday, Red Queen. We have Michi and Federalis actually still alive right here, but no elimination points whatsoever. So you gotta make haste. They are surrounded definitely, so they have to play D here. Absolute defense.
Yes.
Now,
Wow.
okay, here we go. Michi. Okay. Romeo Boar held back by that nade. Okay. And this is a bad push. I would dare say here from YG. So again, they gotta play a bit more of that patience game. Here we go. Over the
Wow.
shoulder, Super Andrew was able to check Federalis, and down he goes, Red Queen.
Yeah, the trigger discipline coming from Super Andrew over there. I mean, he was able to pick one off coming from WPM, and just like that, that was a very good push. A very good,
Yeah.
display of communication
What
as
a
well.
start.
Um, for Yangon Galacticos, yes.
Yes.
WPM, man, I think that you know what there. I don't really have that much to say about WPM, but you know what? I'm still here to support that team since they come from the Philippines, and that's where we are from. But you know what? I'm just proud because they got to play with the titans, right, of every
Hmm.
communities right now here in South Asia and Southeast Asia to prove that they can also play at their level. But of course,
Hmm.
I think they should go for more experience. They should really play a lot of tournaments. But when it comes to like the gunfights and firepower, I think they already have it. They already have it. Maybe
Yeah.
just go for more experience. That's all I can say.
Yeah, again, subjective, Red Queen, and then let's. Of course, we're hoping for the best for all of these teams, not just for One Point
Yes.
Mambas, but in the entirety of them. We know for a fact that the grind for these points
Ooh.
have proven to be daunting. And wow, okay, there we go. And just like that, our kill feed, or basically our elimination feed, has already started to tick again. The clock definitely on our teams here, and Red, we are only at stage 2. We're about to get moving here, and yeah, play zone shrinking more uncomfortably than ever for these teams. And right now, seventh element with their backs against the wall. Red Queen once again. Goku bot, one of the final entrees for seventh element, will definitely need to be picked up here by T24. T24 also has that effect on on seventh element being the
Yes.
last man standing. So hopefully this tandem will, in my opinion, hopefully they survive this very very small dilemma that they have here, because as soon as I believe Goku bot gets picked up, they just have to retreat, just bolt on out of there for the time being. Oh, I would not do that,
Yeah.
my guy. All right, here we go. So,
Oh
and
no.
take cover, take. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Just take refuge. Hopefully, survive another wave, and yeah, wait for these teams to shorten the list.
There's actually 3 squads that's currently
On their
surrounding
way.
them at the moment. And here comes the bad intentions. Oh my goodness. And we got 90 degrees over here cooking up that nade. Of course, trying to flush them out. But Goku Bot, of course, has a DBS. Let's see if he can do good on this one and probably take any of the members down coming from bad intention. But let's see what's going to happen because they are really pinned down right at this moment in Hacienda del Patron, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Goku Bot again with the DPS. We can see a Molotov being thrown over here.
Do
Okay,
it
that's probably
again.
keeping them the bad intentions at bay so far. T24, of course, they need to anticipate the attack, but this is actually a good tactical thing
Wow.
that they are doing.
Okay.
Oh man, but I can't say the same for Goku Bot. But let's see what T24 can do at this
Man.
moment, Pika.
We've seen him actually survive.
Wow!
Good stuff. There it is. T24 still alive and kicking, and he manages to pin a couple of them down. This is definitely going on his resume here, Red Queen. But I think there will definitely be no chance for him to evacuate this entire
No.
building unseen or unheard. There are a lot of them out there, a lot of predators. Starting with, of course, bad intentions. Then we also have raging bulls. Look at that. There's 3. There are 3 of them. Okay, here we go. That list definitely narrowed down, but he does have to wait for somebody to go for the push. He cannot be the instigator here. All right. Make sure you control that
Yes.
breathing. Bad intentions. Oh, and he does. Okay, information relayed here. Oh, good try. Good try from T24. And we're going to have to say adios to a 7th element here.
You know what? My mouth cannot even, keep up with the action that is happening in the battlefield. But oh man, that was just too much, for seventh element. I mean, just imagine there were 3
It really was.
squads that actually patrolled the area. First up, they were having like an altercation against the Raging Bulls, but you know what? With the attack coming from bad intentions and another team so far in the same compound, that was just like too much, for seventh element to handle. But still, a very good performance coming from T24. The way that he was able to put down a couple of players with a DBS was just like perfect,
Yes.
and again, like what you said, that's gonna go down on his resume as probably one of the best gameplay that we've seen so far in this tournament. I mean, it's hard, it's hard to go up
Yeah.
against like three players all at the same time and keep your calm. But there you go, ladies and gents. Genesis Esports has been eliminated out of match number 2, and now we're just looking at the 9 teams remaining and 30 players alive. Again, we are at the third phase right here inside Miramar with a minute before the
Mhm.
zone shifts.
So I'm pretty sure these players are gonna have to get their sunscreens on because this is mass. Oh my gosh! I was about to say this is massive outside exposure, and that is what Sancher had to feel as well. Care of a few bullets to the back. Beautiful stuff that we're seeing here from Skylightz Gaming. So I think they really waited out a little bit, a little bit out here. High noon, Red Queen, high voltage. We saw how they're more than capable of adding chicken dinners onto their belt. So let's see if they can flush out A1 Esports as well. Look at the
Hmm.
distance between these teams, Red Queen. Bullet travel is a factor here, folks. So the fact that you will actually engage into such long-range gunfights, you have to be aware that your shots may not connect immediately, and that is a very bold, brave move from Santier. Patching himself up. Let's see if he's gonna finish the
Yes.
business.
All right, here we go. High voltage domination crew up against A1 Esports. And now, you know what? They're really giving a little bit of pressure on the side of A1 Esports since they are already suffocating in the blue zone so far. And we got Arrow over here still doing a massive spray down against one of the players coming from CMF, and that was Tryout, I believe. But Rogue goes down. So we already have one player that has been knocked down on the side of HVDC. Now, the big question is there a teammate just nearby to go for that, a quick pickup? Because I think there's also like another team that's probably getting some
Mhm.
information and probably deciding whether or not it's safe to actually crash them and actually challenge them while they are busy handling business with A1 Esports.
Yeah, speaking of business, I think HVDC here will definitely mind their own for the time being, Red Queen. I think it's time for them to regroup, and looks like that's what it is. They're gonna play pickup, a bit of a gassing up of the monster truck here. So I like what they're doing. I personally like what they're doing. Just go for intel. If you see formidable prey, then you might as, or rather vulnerable prey, then
Mm.
you go for the kill. Go for that. Go for blood. But over here at the very tippy top of this hill, I think the guys of Asian, all right, the guys of Asian definitely waiting any for any rodents that pass their way. So good stuff. And Skylightz Gaming. Oh,
Wow.
I did not see that. They lost Mr. Boro already, but I think they're gonna go contest for the high hills here, Red Queen. So let's see. Let's see if
And
someone's gonna pull the trigger first.
yeah, and that's the right thing to do, Pika. I mean, especially in Miramar, you don't want to overextend your stay, especially when the blue zone is already coming. I mean, you need
Hmm.
to focus on the longevity of the team, right? You need to get to the latter stages of the game,
Hmm.
and that's what you need to focus on. And for the side of Skylightz Gaming, wow, I mean, they were able to rack up some kill points, 7 to be exact. So that is good gameplay coming from Skylightz Gaming. I think. Uh, it, I believe this is their first match this evening, if I'm not mistaken. So far so good, for SG. I do
Hmm.
feel that they're part of the bottom half currently, so I think there's still a chance
Yeah.
to not go for the top spot, but at least kick some teams coming from the upper half. Yeah, from the upper half section of the overall scoreboard.
Hmm. Now, speaking of teams who are definitely out there for blood and just kicking it, CMF was yesterday's second winner chicken dinner. So I want to see more out of them. Just to swerve our attention a little bit.
Yes.
But getting back here to the nitty gritty, we still have 3 members of HVDC now. I do believe that they're sensing a bit of a push here from Karma officials. So we know that Karma Red Queen. We've said it over and over again. They are definitely in it for the grind. Slowly but surely made their way to the top of the charts,
Mm-hmm.
and I think for a fact that they've built enough confidence to take on any situation given to them. We know that battle royale is really a test of adaptability. So let's see, because these houses are just really drawing closer to each other.
Yeah, and Karma officials, you know what? Although they are sitting at the top at this moment, I mean, there is not even like a speck of assurance that it'll be the same thing to happen up until we reach the match number 6
Right.
of this tournament, or like this evening, because well, we're just talking about 27 points to be exact. You know, that is the score gap so far against the second placer from the scoreboard. And again, for those of you who are a little bit of confused, the numbers that I'm getting are a combination of scores coming from week 1 and week number 2. So yes, 27
Whoa.
points, that is currently the gap so far that Karma official has set on the score.
Wow.
So there's still plenty of chance coming from other teams to catch up. But look at that. Mini 4 teams again, with II coming from CMFTZ. And this is what's good about DMR's Pika. I mean, this is basically the best choice so far if you're going for a designated marksman rifle. It's a semi-auto carbine that uses 5.56 millimeter ammo, right, with the 46 hit damage. I mean, it's not even that great compared to say like an SKS or like SLR MK14. But the reason why it is most effective gun would probably be the fact that it's easier to control in terms of recoil, right? But that was a very good takedown coming from HV.
My goodness. Talk about vantage point wars there, Red Queen. So originally we were seeing Nima, I believe that was from Skylightz Gaming, who was basically incapacitated all the way from across the mountain by II, but he did not see how high voltage really caught real. So beautiful stuff. And that was from an M416. Red Queen, I cannot say any more about that gun at all. It is really the go-to assault rifle for this entire game. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just like that, YG has been given their proper goodbye so far for game number 2. Now we are down to our last 4 teams, Red, and just at stage number 5. That was a long stage at number 5, by the way, because we did not really see as much action personally, or maybe we were just a bit swayed off of different vantage points. But we are now left with Gremlin Esports, I believe, and High Voltage alongside Train to Kill, and the last man standing of CMFZ.
Yes, sir. Here we go. GSM, HV, T2K, and CMFZ. Final 4 teams remaining and 10 players alive. We are already at the 5th phase of the circle, ladies and gents. Now, on the side of CMFG, although they are in a prime location so far inside the circle, I mean, they are kind of pinched, you know, in between 2 teams. So they need to be wary of the players coming in from the front and the back. And of course, D2K is just right there, ready to dominate, ready to crash that warehouse. And I can pretty much say the same, you know, for CMFG, if I'm not mistaken, if I read that right. But let's see what HVDC is going to do in this situation. Okay, we are looking at 6 elimination points so far. It's a strong start, again, coming from HV. Now, I don't think he has the best angle position so far, but the number advantage that they have against the CMFC would probably take Alpha out, you know, from an engagement.
Right. I'm honestly scared for Alpha right here, right, Green. This is no man's land that he's in right now. There's nowhere to go from behind. Definitely not gonna go forward, and just pushing to the side will just give you less and less vantage points and or cover. So here we go. Bad throw. Is he gonna go for it? Yes! That loot box is the only thing that stands between him and that opposition. Here we go. Oh, never mind, Red Queen. I was about to say this could be a very nice 2v1, but CMFZ, being the weaker link out of the 4 teams that we have here, has to definitely has to go back with his teammates now. Red Queen has Train to Kill. 3 members now in pursuit of High Voltage. GSM still waiting very warily to tie up the numbers.
Yep, and he didn't really have the best angle position so far, and you know, it was a 2v1 situation, so the win is pretty hard to pull off. Because so down we go to just 3 teams and 8 players remaining, and again on your screens we got Rogue, so far, with an M3, MG3, if I'm not mistaken, and also an M416. Arrow.
Mhm.
Okay, about to go up against the CMFG tryout. Okay, so far Arrow is having a bit of an exchange. Rogue needs to be careful though because he can be tagged from behind. But oh, tryout picked and
What?
Rogue got him, but not enough to actually take him down. But Tryout now cooking that nade bomb! Accurate
Oh
rate,
my
and Rogue
gosh.
goes out of the game. Now we're down to just two teams remaining, and this battle remains with T2K and CMFG. Now Suyog with an attack from that monster truck. Triad was able to inflict a little bit of damage. Now Suyog trying to become in this situation. He is going
Oh
for that
boy.
quick kill so far, but a lot of nades is still being thrown his way. Now
Hey.
UMP against
Oh
T2K Suya.
no.
Oh, Tryout is in big trouble,
What?
but wow,
What?
what a counter coming from Tryout right there, Pika.
Okay, here we go. You gotta heal, my guy. Patch up those wounds and get ready for action once again. There has been no other elimination from CMFG other than that of tryouts. Here we go. He had four. He had four, Red Queen, basically putting his entire team inside that backpack. Now here we go. Last couple teams here, Red Queen. We are looking at just two more members on the opposition. Here we go. Train to Kill's Doki, and far away is his teammate. So I don't think this is a very good response plan for Train to Kill. Needs left and right. Unlooted package as
Oh
well. Here we
no.
go. Wow, Doki holds his ground against Rowdy. And the same goes for Tryout. Oh my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are closing in on our second winner chicken
Oh!
dinner. Red Queen. Oh my gosh.
Oh man! Again, this is a battle of nades, Afika. Again,
hands
both
up.
of the teams are actually
Both
cooking
hands up.
up a lot of nades to be thrown their way. This is an exchange gift so far. Now we got D46 right behind that boulder. But what an
Hey.
amazing attack coming from Train to Kill. It looks like they are really here to conquer the battlefield. So this is an
All right.
essential win for the team to improve their statistics in the game. Congratulations, well played to T2K Esports for winning the chicken dinner for our second match this evening.
It it is as important as it can get, Red Queen, honestly. And you can really tell how these teams were they were going for both. They were going for both bits of the glory, the chicken dinner as well as those frags. And I want to see the stats moving forward, especially for
Mm-hmm.
CMFG, maybe a little later on, because that was just an insane final zone that I could name. And the fact that they were both ready, they have pulled the pins, and all they gotta do is go for the pitch. The nade fight, the nade duel was really bound to happen, but in the end, it was still the trigger that did the talking. So good stuff for Trade to Kill, and I'm looking forward. I hope we get a repeater for our final day here at the PMCS.
Well, I really did expect a lot of action to happen, and these guys are not really disappointing us. They're putting up a very good show, not just for the castles, but for everyone that is actually here watching this grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Community Stars. And now on your screens, we got the team statistics so far. Okay, cannot much on the elimination points, Pika, but they were able to get
Hmm.
that winner chicken dinner. So again, that's 15
Hmm.
points for Trained to Kill, a double digit score so far to end match number 20, which is not at all a bad performance.
Oh, it's far from that. I would dare say, Red Queen. So, looking at where Train to Kill is right now, at least since yesterday, currently they're fourth, right? So with a total of 231 points since they started this entire thing. Now, I'm pretty sure
Mm-hmm.
that at this moment, rather at this stage of the tournament, all they gotta do is just breathe normally. To be honest with you, they just gotta play how they wanna play. I'm not saying that they're not
Mm-hmm.
gonna go for gold here, but the fact that what they're doing is always working almost with every game, they hardly land at the
Yes.
bottom, Red Queen. So I really
Mm-hmm.
have a huge feeling that Train to Kill will be one of the higher echelon winners that we're gonna have for the finals.
Oh man, and wow. there's a lot to expect, and there's also a lot to look forward to. I mean, I don't want to set any expectations just yet, because there are a lot of teams that's surprising us. We've only had like 2 games for this evening, but then again, the amount of firepower that every team is showing us right at this moment is just a stellar performance. But anyway, Young on Galacticus Marnet Boy with 575 total damage dealt, compared to 807 that was coming from tryout. I mean, both players had a 4 knockouts, right, or 4 eliminations so far,
Mm.
but the damage still goes to tryout.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, because if I saw that correctly, the entire fragging or elimination points of CMF actually all belonged to tryout. So
Mm.
that was one way to go, right? That is one way to stamp your name onto the crowd. They're definitely gonna remember you for that. Now, as you mentioned, elimination points as well as damage here definitely belonging to high voltage, and for very good reason. I do think that they've shown the crowd and these teams enough that, oh no, we are not pushovers at all. I know for a fact that some players of high voltage can be inconsistent at times, but they're here to stay, Red Queen. I do think that we're
Yes.
gonna see more of them placing this far. And this second game, just the second game, they've already shown us again why they are a very rootable team.
Yes. You know what? HV. We also got Skylightz Gaming, Raging Bulls, and Yangon Galacticus. And I can even add up the guys of Asian, even though they didn't get the winner chicken dinner, and even if they didn't get that much placement points. I mean, with the number of elimination points so far that they have set onto the scoreboard, um, I think
Mm.
again these guys are really ganging up on the longevity so far, until they reach match number 6. It's slow, but you know what, they want to go for the short ball.
Yes, I like that. I like that. It's pretty given as well, Red Queen. That of course you're gonna gun for the skies when it comes to elimination, rather for placement points, right? But we said it ourselves. Like eliminations actually will be a very consistent factor, because how are
Hmm.
you going to, like, say, move into the final stages of the map if you don't eliminate those who stand in your way? Because sometimes it can come really early or maybe really really late. We know how some of these teams head to, like, say, stage 4, 5, even 6 without a single elimination, but manage to survive
Hmm.
the entire way. So I want to see that again, because we've been seeing a lot of teams who are like, what, 6 of them still complete up until stage
Hmm.
4 or 5. That really goes to show, in my opinion, how patience is juggled here in PUBG Mobile. So personally, maybe, just maybe, game number 3 will show us just that.
And you know what? Before we started, day number 7 yesterday, I mean, Karma and DRS are kind of tied up, with 236 points. I mean, that's before DRS had a roster change. Um, there was an obvious
Yeah, yeah.
shift of dynamics and level of velocity, not just for DRS, but the matches as a whole. Now, I mean, numbers, they don't lie. Karma, out of all the 24 teams that are playing right now, I can say that they have the biggest probability of winning PMCS, since
Hmm.
they are leading the charts at the moment, but not totally disregarding the efforts and the firepower of DRS with the current roster that they have. But I am actually just basing off my prediction with the consideration of the original roster. So, I mean, what point am I making here? Since we are about to or like we're done with the 2 games actually, so 6 matches this evening, right? So I
Hmm.
just want to break down a couple of facts inside the game on who I think has the biggest chance to close the fight. Now, the scores are pretty tight, I'm not gonna lie.
Hmm.
Anybody out of the top 8 teams can still like grind it out to get the
They
lion's
can.
share of the prize pool, and I think that's what will make this night truly explosive. I mean, there's Karma, there's Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, STE, DRST2K, Yangon Galacticus, A1 Esports, and the Guys of Asians. Now, again, if you
Mhm.
missed day 1 of the PMCS, so I'm just going to do a recap here, a quick recap. My team predictions were DRS, STE, and Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. But now, Pika, I think
Mhm.
I'm going to add up the dark horse from Nepal, which is Karma Officials. And now I just want to put you on the spotlight here. Are you gonna stick
Hmm.
with your team prediction, or are you gonna maybe like switch teams up?
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think I would switch because I've always been a fan of surprises. I like being proven wrong every now and then, especially when
Hmm.
it comes to performances. So Karma, I'm definitely there. We said it ourselves, Red Queen. This is
Hmm.
a dark horse team that a lot of people, a lot of players may not
Hmm.
have expected to show up the way they did. Unlike, say, Agon. Agon, we have
Hmm.
DRS, which is very resounding in the comment section. I'm keeping my DRS vote maybe aside for the time being, but I'm putting all my cards, all my money on Karma for this one. Maybe a very
Hmm.
close second will be Yangon Galacticus, and last but not least, Train to Kill.
Hmm.
So that'll be my three. And again, I don't mind
Hmm.
not getting my wins after that prediction, but seeing how these teams will turn up,
Yes.
that's what really excites me. Now, speaking of teams, we're going to call you once again,
Hmm.
ladies and gentlemen, to cast your votes for your favorite team and players. You have until June 24th, 12 a.m. IST to do so. All you got to do is visit A1 Gaming Community's Facebook page. The link is in
Yes,
the
sir.
description as well as the comment section. So, Red Queen, that wraps up a very, very intriguing game number two. So, I think personally that we're gonna resume this very, very swiftly as well. But while we're waiting for that, I just wanna I just wanna give a really, really big hand personally to my favorites from Seventh Element, which are T24 and Goku Bot. Because imagine how these two are constant in Seventh Element when it comes to survival. So much love to those players. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yes, of course. And again, guys, we're going to talk more about what just happened from game one and game number two as we prepare ourselves for game number three. So please don't go away. Just sit back and relax. We'll be back after a short break. Well, ladies and gents, just like we promised, it's going to be pure action, drama, and suspense for the final day of the PUBG Mobile Community Stars, brought to you by Esports County. Again, this is Red Queen and Pika Lozano serving you all the juicy winner chicken dinners for tonight's event. Now, Pika, you know what? You brought up Seventh Element just a while ago before we actually went on a break. And yes, you know what? I would want to recognize the efforts of Seventh Element. We also got IHC, Agon I8, MABATEX, and even Gremlin Esports. I mean, it's probably going to be a long shot, of course, to reach the top spot, but not at all impossible for them to actually kick out some of the prominent teams from the top 8, especially for Agon and Seventh Element. Now, we've seen huge improvement in terms of their strats and gameplay. They have adjusted well during week 2. And right now, we just want to see a little bit more of the commitment and, of course, consistency at keeping up with the pace of the game. Now, I mean, now more than ever, since this is already the last day to make any difference. Now, game 3, and we are headed back to Erangel.
That's right, Erangel it is. And Red Queen, again, we mentioned how there's really almost an impossible, unique flight path moving forward out of the 8 days and countless matches that we've had, 48 actually. I forget that I said countless, but yeah, the 48 matches that we've had for throughout the couple of weeks. These players, these teams have definitely taken note and taken notice of how their positions will be, and you know how I always say that DRS never hesitates to go on them hot drops. I think since they're not on this flight, I think that one of the teams that I can compare to them when it comes to that haste or that grit when it comes to hot drops, I think it's Karma. I think Karma official always would want to take that risk into going high loot and high quality, but and there's also Agon, right? Agon definitely dropped in Sosnovka, the military base. So this will definitely mean that if there's a team such as STALWART Esports who will try to contest them for all them goods, then we definitely have an early altercation, a very early duel headed our way.
Yeah, just like what is happening, around Pubg area. There's already a lot of nades being thrown and players getting knocked down, just like what NB Esports is experiencing at the moment at the hands of Red Esports. Now, Domain is already out of the game, so there's only like 2 players left on the side of Red Esports. But you do not turn your back on an opponent right there. And Akaz was taken out completely with the rest of NB Esports. And ladies and gents, just like that, they were the first team to actually get kicked out of Erangel map. Now, a while ago, Pika, we've seen the flight path, and it's pretty much at the bottom part section of Erangel. Now, most of the teams, we're going for a car play, right? Since there's really not much of a choice wherein they can go for locations, right? And so probably we'll be seeing a lot of rotational fights happen yet again. And so far, most of the teams will be going for a long rotation, since the northern side area of Erangel was actually, there was no teams that dropped in there, considering the fact that it was a little bit far away from the flight path. But Limit Over getting punished, from Karma Esports right there. I mean, they got spotted. I think they were also in an altercation against another team, but you know what? Karma officials spotted them at the right moment, and right now they're just right there for the picking.
Umayer, by the way, Red Queen, I never got to point that out, but already with 4 frags this early on, my goodness, his entire team still playing catch-up. But, okay, before he was knocked down, I already had, again, like I said, a tallied 4 bodies just for him alone. Beautiful stuff. Now, here we go.
Yes.
Karma, my top pick here, Red Queen. And for very good reason. That consistency has certainly come into play. Look at how tactical they are. We're looking at a 3-1 split. I'm not so sure where the other member is. Okay, there it is, just over the horizon, just a bit behind that hill, and inching closer, I believe, to Limit Over. I think they know they've caught scent of where they are. Most likely going for a push. You see how Nitrogen is actually rightwards to where Karma definitely is. Okay, And are they gonna go for a drive-by or? Oh yeah, they are sealing the deal here, Red Queen. So limit over. Not looking very healthy right now, and statistically they may be the next team, Red Queen, to be sent home.
Yeah, signed, sealed, and delivered by Karma officials of
Mhm.
Nepal. But then again, we've mentioned Karma. This is the right opportunity for them to actually maintain their gap, maintain their lead, and so what they need to do
True.
is actually rack up, a great number of elimination points so far in every match, because again 27 points, it's not really that big. There's tons of ways that teams can actually catch up, on the scoreboard. Now, again, the first circle landed onto the northern side, Pika, and so most of the teams will do a long rotation. But before they can do that, I think they will be crossing paths with a lot of teams that would be thinking the same, because pretty much it's an open area right now onto the northern side of Erangel. There's plenty of loots. There's plenty of areas that they can actually pillage, and but to get there, it's gonna be a tough ride, definitely.
Yeah, definitely a challenge, Red Queen. And if you notice, none of the teams except for Karma Esports has stayed complete whilst racking up eliminations. So, Red Esports, at what cost did they get 3 frags? And the same would go for limit over. This is what we're talking about. Some of these teams may go for that risk and question mark on the reward, right? So, in this sense, maybe just maybe, the Low Kings
Mm-hmm.
will also recalculate their ways. I
Yeah.
I for one have faith in how they may regroup on, and of course the sun may not be the sun may not be looking too bright on their direction, granted how little points they've gathered throughout the entire 8 days of the PMCS. But I'm pretty sure that these boys are
Yes.
gonna come out the other side a different man. So just like that, as I
Yes.
did want to have to drink it, but limit over with that 4 eliminations. Also, they joined the rest of these teams that were sent back in quite early.
Yes. And at this point of the competition, Pika, I think they can just, like pretty much enjoy the whole game without that much, and
Hmm.
without that much pressure, right?
Sure.
I
Hmm.
mean, all they need to do is just maybe test some theories on how to approach an attack, or like maybe execute a plan that they haven't done before. But so far, again, they don't have anything to lose. And I would suggest, like, the West Point Mambas really just get to a point wherein they can learn a lot, from this competition alone, and hopefully in the next tournaments to come, granted that we can cast it, we can witness their glory,
Yeah.
um
Hmm.
in a tournament, or like from a tournament.
Yeah, and of course they're not the only PUBG Mobile team that we do have in the country. I would also like to add. So that also
Mm-hmm.
means whatever knowledge they have here, there's a huge chance that should they face any more local teams, they'll be sharing that knowledge. One
Oh
way or the other,
yeah.
they will be expanding knowledge of scrimmages, basically, even as simple as ranked games. Should they encounter and try out whatever it is that they learned from this entire PMCS Grand Finals, then it's just a learning process, continuous. Now, when it comes
Mm-hmm.
to our biases again, Red Queen, I think that here we go. Oh wow, I have not seen anybody enter school like this in such a long time. So thank you for giving us another tour here, Malik. I missed this part of Erangel, if I can say so myself. So what?
Oh.
Oh my gosh, that was Key White. Key White was waiting, and now he got Prabin. Here we go, Red Queen. The school is no place for violence, ladies and gentlemen. But I think Malik brings it.
It's a different story for both of these teams. Now we got Malik from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, of course, picking up on those intel, and relaying back to his teammates, of course. So they need, they know how to best approach this one. But here comes Malik again, cooking up that nade. Probably would want to hit the weight, from that attack, but unfortunately he did not get anyone coming from Red Esports. But let's see if Jiggle can make a different story, or maybe can hit any of the players coming coming from Red Esports, but I think he changed his mind. Okay, Jiggle being one of
Mhm.
the best of fraggers so far coming from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. I mean, we are really expecting once again if they can, like bring up the same energy. And here we go with the Skylight
There we
Q8
go.
goes down. Now they are hunting for Passenger X, and a lot of bombs being thrown, but there's just too much firepower coming from
Beautiful.
Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. And now the school has become a bloodbath area. Red Esports was already thrown out of Erangel. They got expelled from
Oh
school.
man. Beautiful. Right you are, Red Queen. Oh my gosh. And there is a reason why Jiggle, just for this entire tournament, is already a record setter. Now let's move back. Let's check out how the Mambas are doing here. So looks like they're trying to flush out somebody from their home here, and they do have access to the floors, but Michi just literally stays out once again. And okay, I think he's trying to see if there's something favorable. Here we go. Whoa, baby was just right there, and he's not okay. I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing. They're really putting out fresh meat for the taking here for the rest of MABATEX. Okay, but Federalis, I think he's also laid eyes on where the rest of MABATEX is, and just letting them know that
Oh,
okay, no one's
man.
coming. No one is coming. The coast is clear. Loot away,
man.
and we can do this. Impressive, Red Queen. I'll say that right now. Okay.
Baby is being held captive so far, under the hands of the West Point Mambas. But MABATEX, I don't think they're going to save any of the fallen
Okay,
teammates
there
so
it is.
far. Again, MABATEX would probably be focusing on longevity, of course, in this match. They would want to get a chance to maybe take the winner chicken dinner and live to fight another day.
I like that. I like what they did there. Okay. I was telling myself, okay, maybe just maybe he's really going for the lure, and that really was what happened. Now Dessert and Baby taken out of the equation here for MABATEX. Now they're gonna have to formulate everything at 50% capacity. That was a very good look for the West Point Mambas. If we can be somewhat ecstatic with how the boys are doing. So here we go.
All
STALWART
right.
Esports looks like they're trying to instigate something against a DRS. If I'm seeing this right. Yeah, they're down to their last man though, Red Queen, and I think this is Shawl. Shawl manages to take out action in this process, but there's still a lot of response. So I think that's it. I think we're closing the book on DRS for this game.
I mean, STALWART Esports, they're not joking at all. I mean, they don't even want to
At
play with their
all.
food. They just went in for the kill, right? I mean, I thought they were gonna do maybe a ring around the rosy so far, make it exciting for every one of us, right? But nope, I think they just went in for the kill. But anyway,
Definitely.
we still got Ruthless Aggressive Warriors over here with 2 elimination points so far, but unfortunately, Prabin did not make it to stage number 2
Mhm.
of Erangel. Now they are in this water city, maybe because they are stopping for some resources. Of course, also filling up their gas as well, so they can prepare for the next altercation to come. But now we can see the circle right here, and its focal point is Razok. Now there is a
Mhm.
river right there in between, so this is going to be
Oh
tough.
boy.
This is going to be a little bit challenging, and you need to have like a special maneuver or something to win some
Oh,
fights
yes.
if you find yourselves up in a squad in that particular area.
And coming off of Pachinki, of course, are the boys of Agon, Red Queen. So pretty sure I'm gonna make that presumption that they already have all they need, and all they gotta do now is, just get ready for any contact from the opposition. And I'd say the same for MSX. We know that MSX hasn't been turning up at least for the past 3 games here, but or at
Mhm.
least not as strong as we'd want them to. They're not a one-hit wonder type of team, as far as we've seen performance-wise, but they do have their mishaps. I can definitely say that.
Mm.
So Skylightz Gaming, speaking of mishaps, are now down to just Nima and Mr. Boro.
Mhm.
Nima, I remember seeing him really on the falling end of the previous game to Ai care of that mini 14. So, but and that was also to consider how closely
Mhm.
intact they already were. So we know that some of these teams are not afraid to engage. And speaking of engagement, here we go. The entirety of Karma surrounding Mr. Boro like a pack of wolves, and that's it. There we go. Prey taken down. All they gotta do now is pick off the limbs off of Mr. Boro, and that is all she wrote.
And in terms of getting the WWCD in Erangel, Pika, I think Karma officials, Yangon Galacticus, and Stalwart Esports, I mean, this is their strongest map. This is where I feel like they would most likely get it. I mean, take for example, Karma officials. I mean, out of the 5 chicken dinners, 3 were from Erangel. 3 chicken dinners as well for Yangon Galacticus and Stalwart Esports from this map. Now, it's not looking too good on the side of Skylightz Gaming, considering the fact that we already have like 3 casualties, right? But they managed, I mean, Nima managed to get into the third phase of the circle. I mean, at this point in this of the competition, Pika, I would wanna, like maybe chill for a while. I wouldn't want to expose my position just yet to even have a chance to get to at least 4th, 5th phase of the circle. Because who knows, you might be able to get lucky and pick up some elimination points along the way. And so, you know what Nigma is doing right now is straight up challenging Karma officials, like, bro, come at me
Yeah.
and test me. Maybe I can like pull off like 2 of you, out of this game and take you 6 feet under.
Look at this, Red Queen. The circle actually literally went leftwards from Rojak
What?
into even more water-filled territory. So these teams may have to
Oh,
they might
man.
have to duke it. They might have to duke it out with the fishes. So I am definitely scared for them. Whoever it is that will top off our final 4. Now here we go. Quite far are the boys of Karma as well as MABATEX. I think that's only Wally left from MABATEX if I'm looking at the map right. But this at this
Yes.
point, stage 4, they're gonna have to make haste when it comes to position.
Oh my
This
goodness!
Okay, there it is. That's Tops. Tops just takes out Rowdy here, Red Queen, with that M416, literally pulling as much as he can, and probably just going for damage here at this point, Red Queen. He's not getting any job done. So even bringing out the Mini 14, the guy is just seeing off. I don't know. At this point, this is Tops just being Tops.
Tops caught 2 boys coming from the side of CMF, sleeping right there. So it was actually a very easy kill coming from Tops, and just like that, 5 elimination points so far. But there is still the big pressure though, Pika, since they need to be able to get inside the safe zone. And right up in front of them is the Water Town, and in the Water Town we have the players coming from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Now, this specific area right here, Pika, is a little bit hard to penetrate, and if Ruthless Aggressive Warriors knows how to defend this place, well, I mean, they could have, or there's a big probability that they can assume another 4 elimination points so far if Stalwart Esports then decide to go for the Water Town. But Stalwart Esports, Nirtse over here, cooking up a lot of nades, finishing off the last 2 remaining players of CMFG. But you know what? I can feel that they're going for, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors.
Oh, very smart choice right here. Nirzed apparently regrouping with the rest of the boys. They know for a fact that, we got this covered. We can hang back a little bit to straighten our legs as these teams will actually they're gonna duke it out, because also not looking very bad here, Red Queen or West Point Mambas entire team. The whole team is complete. But I don't know. Was this a risk? Was this a risk taken by Esports? Yes. Oh, they felt it.
There you go.
Nima, the last remaining leg. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was pretty sad. We put so much faith there in Nima, but it's okay. It's absolutely fine. You said it yourself, Red Queen. This is Water Town, so dominating this this entire threshold is going to be advantageous here for Stalwart Esports, because presumably this is where the circle will definitely land on its final stages.
I mean, way to go for Nima. Again, being the last remaining player for his team, was still able to actually collect some elimination points, which is, they absolutely need. But anyway, coming on to the side of MSF2D, okay, they are inside the circle though, but you know what? It'll be hard, to move on to another point coming from where they are exactly. So there are other teams that actually on to their safe side. But just like how brutal the safe zone can be, it actually favored right now the side of Stalwart Esports, along with the players from
So
Ruthless Aggressive
smart.
Warriors and Agon I8. Now, this is, this river is definitely gonna turn red.
Oh my! And just a bit shy of the southeast side of the map, right there. I believe someone from CMF is currently busy. You know, he's handling some tough situation. There we go. And here we go. Look at the Mamba still biting back here, Red Queen. Okay, Falcon snagged a little bit. Now he has to regroup. He has to heal because this is going to be very tricky for stage 5. Now, strongly and very again authoritatively, Stalwart Esports taking control of Watertown, Red Queen. This is what we mentioned earlier. The regroup of Stalwart Esports there really paying off quite well. And I think should West Point Mambas be able to survive? Okay, this is a crazy
man.
tip here from Emas. He's really letting these teams have it, despite the fact that he's not actually the target. Karma.
It's a choke point, basically. I mean, that bridge. And right now, like what I said a while ago, the river is gonna turn red. A lot of those blood now dripping, coming from that bridge, from the players that actually got knocked down, from a lot of trade-offs that happened exactly in that area. Now, WPM, 2 casualties so far. MS is the only active player for the side of the West Point Mambas, and this is actually pretty good stuff because he needed to actually pop off a lot of smoke to conceal his position so far as he makes his way through
Oh,
where the rest of the teams are at the moment. And MSF2D, they
Oh,
wanna
man.
say hi to Amos over here.
oh, that is a greedy choice for Emas here. And you see how far he was taken out by Agon's blade, I think, if I saw that properly. My goodness, but still good stuff from the West Point Mambas. They did very well with 6 eliminations as well here, Red Queen. But speaking of eliminations and still looking pretty healthy, Stalwart Esports with just 1 man down. I think they're about to pick up Icy at any second. So they're
Yeah.
gonna get back in that fight sooner or later. Now, Agon, Red Queen again, very opportunistic. So far, we're seeing another one of those vulture effect here for the side of Agon I8. So I don't
Yes,
know.
sir.
I don't know when they're gonna enter. I don't know when they want to dip in on this. I think they're just literally waiting for their cue.
Yes, sir. And Yangon Galactica's gatekeeping MSF2D.
Ouch.
Uh-oh, that was a good dodge coming from Cute Loki. He didn't overextend. So far, he was really aware, that there can be another team that would get him from behind. So Cute Loki immediately dropped down from where he was at exactly and took a dive to the river. And now you're right, Pika. I would want to acknowledge the fact that WPM, before they got out of the game, they were able to put up 6 elimination points. I mean, same thing goes for the side of Karma officials. I mean, 8 elimination points so far. Again, that is not, like a sort of like a bad performance because they are actually going for that slowly but surely kind of thing for Karma officials. I mean, they are not exiting the game empty-handed, which is actually very good. But oh my goodness, did you see that? Stalwart Esports got eliminated with just 1 nade by Mernat boy.
You said it yourself, Red Queen. It only takes 1 of those very tiny, handy explosives to take out an entire team, a couple of players for that matter. So goodbye. That is definitely a wave out for Stalwart Esports here. Now
Oh,
left with 3
man.
teams. Yangon Galactica's Red Queen, never failing to amaze us with their timing, with their approach to a lot of these things. Especially, you said it yourself a while ago, Cute Loki, just by that riverside, he was able to save himself from imminent death. And now still looking healthy with a good 7 eliminations. And potentially a winner chicken dinner. They gotta take out the bigger animal here, namely Agon I8.
Well, I did say, there's Karma, there's Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, and Stalwart
Yep,
Esports
yep,
just a
you
while
did.
ago. They were the teams that, doing particularly well in terms of playing the Erangel map. They have the best chance to always get that winner chicken dinner, because like high percentage of their wins actually comes from this map. Now we have two strong teams, Yangon Galacticos having the number advantage, and same with Ruthless Aggressive Guards. It's just so unfortunate that we are left with just one player on the side of Raw, but Agon I8 still has a big fighting chance to go up Yangon Galacticos over here. And so far, I mean, for YG, they don't really have the best position right at this moment, Pika. And so I,
Mm-hmm.
I would have to say, pretty much, if Agon was able to actually play all of their cards right, they can win this whole
Mm-hmm.
thing. But let's see, because the board
Mm-hmm.
says a different thing.
It does. Um, Again, I don't wanna get too ahead of myself here. Yes,
Uh
the manpower advantage definitely belongs to YG, but I think that even as they position themselves where they should be, originally taken by Stalwart
oh.
Esports, the water town is for lack of a better term, it really has gone dry. I think that's really no longer the case here. It is a matter of survival instinct. I think Mernat Boy, however, still has his feet in the water. So let's see if they're gonna fish. This is what I'm talking about, Red Team. They are gonna allow Agon I8 and Raw to come to them instead of pushing. You see how they're you see
Right.
how they're positioned here.
Yeah.
One window apiece per person, and the circle definitely landing in their favor. Now here we go. Malik from Raw just makes one casualty out of Super Andrew, and you said it yourself. They can narrow down the numbers here if Agon manages to position themselves where they should be.
You know what? A while
Okay.
ago, the circle actually favored Agon I8, but right now it has favored Yangon Galactica. So this is actually quite a
Bye
turn of
bye,
events
Malik.
so far. And Malik, Malik from Ruthless
Yep.
Aggressive Guards. I mean, he didn't have much of a choice really, and the space to move
Hmm.
around. And so far, he needed to actually give up that space. But anyway, oh
Oh!
man, again, Blade with an accurate nade shot just took down Bernat Boy from where he was staying at the moment, but he needs to deal with the two remaining
Oh
players
my
coming from
gosh.
Yangon Galacticos. Now this is 2v1 situation that I'm looking at, probably Pika.
And they are staying. They finally got their. Oh my
No,
gosh! Okay, I was about to say that Yangon Galactic is almost securing that entire thing. Granted, where they are, and Red Queen, we may have not seen that final blow to Agon, but Yangon Galactic is good job for winning the third winner chicken dinner for today. And I like that. That was one of the most tactical endings I have ever seen, Red Queen. First and foremost, Stalwart
yeah.
Esports tried to secure the water town, but flushed out immediately, and it became as free as it can get for all these remaining teams. So wow, okay, that's a weird finish, by the way. if I can be very honest,
Well,
how many times did we
I
see that
believe
end, right?
I believe coming from the side of Yangon Galacticos, I believe that they took their time. They've been patient. Uh, they
Mm-hmm.
they really did not make any reckless decisions or like movements so far
Mm-hmm.
against Agon I8. They actually waited to play everything out. And for the side of Agon I8, pretty much, I think the hardest thing was to actually get off, from Watertown. It's hard to move around from
Mm-hmm.
that specific place. I mean, if you saw a while ago, every time that they needed to expose themselves, they need to consider that there's water everywhere, so it's really hard
Yes.
to move. So it was a good win coming from Yangon Galacticus, and cute Loki again with 4 elimination points, as
Mm-hmm.
well as Romeo Boy. Okay, I mean these two guys are pretty much like everywhere, getting those elimination points so far. And I
Mm-hmm.
just love their profile pictures all the
Yes.
time. Every time
Very
they're being
identical.
popped
Very
up,
identical.
right? Being popped up on the page. It's like they're telling us, well, you gotta be quiet
Hush,
because we're,
hush.
we're doing our best and we always win.
Speaking of winning, here we go. Karma Toad also, Karma's Toad also one of the more common names that we see on the MVP board, and for good reason. This kid definitely has he definitely has guns for hands. If I can be very honest, now with
Hmm.
62.50 contribution here for the team, he surely carried, and he deserves a pat on the back for that entire sequence, that entire match. Now, of course, not far behind is top Z. We're always torn between how many Zs he has, but and for good reason. He has 939 damage dealt. Yes, down by one elimination, but look at the survival time that he spent for that entire game for match 21. I
Mm-hmm.
again, this is very commendable, Red Queen. I don't think that we have anything else to say, especially that Stalwart Esports made that proper call of getting ahead of the curve and headed straight to Watertown before that circle does not land in their favor.
You know what? I think both of these guys has a good sense of, like map awareness, game IQ, and whatnot.
Hmm.
In terms of positioning themselves, they can actually pick good angles to work with to get those elimination points so far. So I think they really have a, like a commendable survival, average survival time in every match that we've seen so far in this competition, right? So Yangon Galacticus with 10 elimination points, Stalwart Esports with 6, Ruthless Aggressive Warrior. Look at that damage points so far, Pika. It's just so, sad that they weren't able to really convert those into elimination points. But then again, still, it's a very promising night for STE, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, as well as Agon I8
Hmm.
and Karma officials. I mean, these guys, they're
Right?
not really stopping, right? I mean, the grind, the hustle, everything, they really want to get to the top, Pika, and set a big statement that we are the teams that you should watch out for in every battlefield.
And I think their game sense just gets better each time. Specifically in my opinion, I think Agon. We do know they're seasoned players, but I think they turn up even better each game. So
Mm-hmm.
with 9 elimination points, well, them and Karma altogether, I think I think this is gonna be really close. And the moment that they encounter each other again, or whatever map it
Mm-hmm.
is we're going through later, this is again it's gonna be personal. If they do manage to lock their eyes upon each other towards this next game, so
Mm-hmm.
Red Queen, we're already halfway there, but I can still feel that the tension between these teams as well as the grind cannot be any more heated, for lack
Yes,
of a
sir.
better word. It's
Yep.
it's uh, it's gonna it's gonna get there. It's gonna get even more pressuring for these players moving forward.
Yes, and this is actually the fourth chicken dinner coming from the side of Yangon Galacticus. And just look at that. Again, with the throwables that we use in this match. So there's, again, that decline that we were talking about, but not all below average. 10 total rescues, which is, of course, outstanding because you would want to go for a complete set of firepower. 9 total headshots. Again, I always find this weird considering the fact that we have 16 teams in every match. So I would expect like a higher number so far when it comes to headshots. But then again, most of the players would want to go
Mhm.
for the sure shot. So they are targeting a body. And so far, you know what? I think most of the fights that happen always starts with like mid to long range before they actually rush. I mean, they would want to make sure that they go for the opening knock first before they crash
Mm,
any compound.
true that. And for me, the real estate knowledge, Red Queen, especially for a map like Erangel, where and there are so many compounds, so many towns that you can choose from or enter, dependent on where you land. I think that also comes into play. You gave me quite that insight on how how Watertown will be more crucial, because I saw where they were landing, especially the last circle. It really was scary. It is a very scary sight. I'm pretty sure that as soon as that the zone started to shrink, these teams were also praying that please don't let it be in the water, don't let it be in the water. But again, we know we don't have control of that, at least from our perspective. So kudos to Young Galacticus for getting through that entire predicament, that entire game. And again, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the teams we have to look out for. Now, last but not least, Red Queen, before we go on our break, for your fan favorite teams and players, please don't hesitate to vote up until June 24th. That's 12 a.m. IST. via the A1 Gaming Community's Facebook page. So it's just in the description, in the comment section as well. So instructions are all there. Don't deny your player some of the love as well as the team. So vote now.
Yeah, if you want to put your best player so far to be the fan favorite, and also it goes with the team, well, you need to cast your votes, ladies and gents, and don't miss that opportunity, of course, to give the love and support to your favorite player. But then again, you know what? We would want to, want to involve you guys with everything that is happening right inside PUBG Mobile Community Starts. Of course, if you have like a team in mind that you think uh, the one that would dominate, the PMCS. We still got 3 more matches to go before we close this competition and crown another champion for this battlefield. So please type it down in the comment section. And of course, while you guys are doing that, or maybe deciding which teams is going to be the best, well, don't go away because we'll be back after a short break.
No, fuck that shit. No, fuck that shit.
As a very popular band would say, oh, we are halfway there. We are far from done, however, ladies and gentlemen. So, bringing in the action once again here for the PMCS Grand Finals. This is the final day of this entire league. Still on the desk, still on the mic is yours truly, Pika Lozano and Red Queen Gaming. We have just witnessed our third winner chicken dinner, and who knows who's going to take the crown this time around.
Yes, sir. And this is actually the 5th winner chicken dinner coming from the side of Agon. I ate second chicken dinner for the Erangel map. And you know what, Pika? They are actually tied up with DRS when it comes to the number of chicken dinners that they have set out for this tournament.
So, looking at the points as well here, Red Queen, we did mention
Mhm.
prior to this that some of the teams are really just literally inches behind each other. Some of them even tied. So a single elimination could actually mean the world to them, especially when they're trying to get the lead. Because I believe that only the 12 teams with the best points are more than more than qualified for for this entire league. But
Mhm.
Miramar, here we go again. It's
Oh
the
man.
land of sand, as we've been saying over and over again. Let's see if the conditions will bode well for some of the teams who fail to get their winner chicken dinners here, or even worse, an early
Mhm.
exit.
Well, yes, sir. I mean, this is still anybody's ball game for now, at least for the top 12 of this competition so far, Pika. I mean, there's still a lot of things that can happen so far, so we're just right here, keeping a close eye on all of the teams that would do great so far in every match. Now we can see the flight path. Again, it started on to the northwest side, going down
Hmm.
south. Okay, pretty much. I think the areas that would be highly crowded again would be Pecado, Los Leones, and we also got El Pozo over here. La Cobreria can be
Hmm.
populated as well, and probably Monte Nuevo and La Drillera. So these are like the areas that they can basically get all the loots from. But we can already see the first circle over here, and it's like 30% is covered in water.
Yeah, okay. This is again scaring me, Red Queen, because as early as now, we saw how DRS. Oh wow, IC already has a frag. Okay, so remember how the DRSs that we mentioned prior to this, especially week one, they're always gonna go for the hot drops, always for those where the loots are insane. So this is not the same because I think they went to San Martin for this one, but again, I trust the plan. You know, we gotta trust the process here for a lot of these teams. Oh, here we go,
Hmm.
Sketch with a pistol kill against MH. Oh man, talk about a statement. Now here we go, Sinister returns the favor with with a frag of his own here, Redbeat. So it's stage one, and you know, again, it made me nervous seeing how that circle's gonna end on the basically the southeast side of the map. It's basically a beach in there, right? So let's see if the teams will be able to capitalize on that, that weird circle placement.
Yes, here we go. I mean, Sinister is really patching things up, for himself. He wants to go for that quick revive. Of course, it's best to attack with a high HP so as to have that upper hand advantage against the guys of Asians. And right now, Sinister is already on the move, already on the hunt so far. Okay, but he needs to get more information. I mean, you don't want to be reckless in terms of like how you want to approach this one. Of course, you would want to keep that intel so far before you actually go in for a fight. Now, Master Ichi goes down at the hands
Oh
of
my!
Stalwart Esports. Action as well is currently knocked down, and we got AKM Nirtse over here. He gets shot down as well by Kopiye.
Ugh.
Kopiye. Oh my goodness. Now, we don't know what's still gonna happen, but so far, Genesis Esports is really rocking
Yep.
this one out. Okay, it was a close call coming from the side of Stalwart Esports, but
Ah.
Genesis was the one who actually was sent out of Miramar. But still, that was a close call, Pika. Close to home.
Definitely, it's more movie than anything, you know. They don't want the viewers to leave, so I understand why they went for that action. But kidding aside here, folks, we now have get on the verge of also being eliminated, or rather on the verge of being of removing one member is a seventh element. So the guys of Asian already down by one. Let's see if they're going to be able to revert the tides here. But BITX, bad intentions here, Red Queen, down 50% functionality. They are two men down, so should they
Oh
be able to
man!
pick up the pieces? Oh my gosh, never mind. Okay, this is not looking good for bad intentions here, Red Queen. It's starting off with a part. We're starting off with a party for Miramar here at game number 4. Oh my goodness! Look at this, just over the fence, and MSX out for blood. This early on, Goku
Oh
Bot,
my
however, please
goodness.
don't do this. Ow, okay. I was about to say that Goku Bot, no, not like this, my guy. Oh,
I mean,
okay, never mind.
they,
Gokimoo.
they
Oh man, we gotta talk.
I mean, I'm not really an expert here, but that was a bad decision so far as to how to crash a compound. I mean, it was totally a reckless move coming from Takusaurus over there, and pretty much it was like just a domino effect so far coming from the side of Seventh Element, especially when they really need to keep up that consistency. So far, they got bombarded with a lot of kills, and right now
Mhm.
T24 is the only player remaining up against Limit Over. And Limit Over, they pretty much know that they're just hunting for just this lone wolf so far. But then again, you know what, Pika, we've been saying this since a while ago that in case you are already at a disadvantage, I mean, you should go for longevity, my guy, because this is
Yeah.
just the first phase of the circle. I mean, there is still time for you to maybe join or like maybe do a third party thing against teams that are already in an engagement, and
What?
maybe rack up
Mhm.
some little or like a number of elimination points before you exit the game. Now, I think Stalwart Esports in big trouble once again because Action, okay, right now he is being revived by Tops, but they are now being challenged by the new roster coming from the real soldiers. Now we are looking to see if this new roster can have the same tenacity, can give the same amount of punishment against their opponents.
So yeah, well, that was going on. I believe someone from NB Esports was already picked off. So this is yeah, nothing to lose here, Red Queen. So NB Esports, all they got to do now is maybe stand for the rest of this as it goes down. So that's a good point you're making. It's probably a big question mark, especially as I read in the comments how this particular roster of DRS was actually gonna fare compared to the original lineup that they once had. But there we go, Gangsta with the highest of the highest grounds, but by himself, I believe. So you're gonna have to summon the rest of the teammates here. That's not a very smart position for you. So okay, here we go. Now Kokimu, a bit of vengeance from T24. Oh, from 7th Element, but just like that, Red Queen, team number 3 is 7th Element now
Oh man.
gets their departure tickets
No.
and is sent packing on the way home already. Now near Zed is still a bit
Okay.
still a bit of a bloodbath here. He needs to be picked up by somebody from Stalwart, but so far Stalwart Esports, Red Queen, statistically is they're probably the best team right now. But you know what? I'm gonna correct myself. Limit Over apparently and MSX are the two best looking teams as early as stage 1.
Well, okay, we don't want to jinx it, Pika. We don't want to jinx it just yet.
Oh,
But just
please.
look at
I'm gonna shut up.
the aggressiveness right now by Stalwart Esports. The way that they hit that last player or that player coming from DRS with the pan, man, that was just too much aggression right there. Now Nirtse again. Oh my goodness, they are really giving it to him. A lot of punches being thrown, probably a haymaker as well.
Mhm. Okay, that's talk about insult to injury. But here we go. Stalwart Esports, 7 frags to their name. I would definitely a very good team effort over here on the side of Stalwart. But Icy is again, Red Queen. You're a huge fan, so we know the capabilities of Icy. He's basically an avalanche. It's yes, making a winter joke there, but it's true that the moment that Icy starts to get his flow, he's an unstoppable machine. So I like what I'm seeing now. A bit of a regroup here from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. We know how this team can play survival mode and play Predator when they need to. So let's see, Red, if they're gonna take this one, if they're gonna take any fights here. But I think they believe it's a bit too early. Not complacent, no, but rather cautious.
No, sir. Right. And ladies and gents, we are at the first phase of the circle, but we already have like 3 players out of the game. That's Bad Intentions, 7th Element, and Genesis Esports. Now, it is not looking too good on the side of DRS as well, because we are talking about just one player left, the Lone Wolf, the last man standing. And of course, we already know that really puts them at a big disadvantage so far, especially if he comes across like a complete squad so far inside a Miramar map as he goes for a quick rotation. Now this is
Oh, look
again
at this.
going to be a war zone, Pika. This
Oh,
is going to be
no.
a bloodbath right here because 50% of the circle is actually covered in water. So there's really not much room for everyone to coexist right at this moment, because so probably the kill feed will be lighting up soon enough. But you know what? For Stalwart Esports as well as Limit Over, they have a little bit of space to move, if they will go for Los Leones.
Yeah, I myself am calculating a lot here, but don't look now. Arrow from HB already has the members of NB Esports in his side, so beautiful stuff. Now Sanchier with a bit of a distance engagement over here against Jiggle from Resident Warriors. I think he knows. He definitely that smoke and that buggy, giving away the position. But I think he's still pretty safe, all things considered. That's still pretty far. Bullet travel has to be accounted for, and yes, we may see him on our feet, but I don't think he is exactly where Sanchier is basically pre-firing from. And slow and steady. I think that's how High Voltage chooses to play it, despite their name. So I don't know, Red. I have nothing else in mind except for how this circle's gonna land, and just like that,
There you
NB
go.
Esports out here.
Oh my god, is this like a Car 98 or a Mosin gun? Not really sure, but this
I
is
think it's a
actually
car. Yeah, it's a car. It's a car.
it's a Car 98, right?
It's a
a
car.
bolt
Yeah, yeah,
action
yeah, yeah.
rifle, which is actually, you know, like always pretty hard to pull off a kill with that gun. So most of the teams are really gunning for M4 Mini 14s, Mini 14s, which is a DMR. And I was actually making a point about the that gun earlier, you know, considering the fact that it is the best gun so far to have in Miramar. I mean, not only does it detect, you know, teams from a long range, but it's also the best gun because of the recoil control compared to
Yes.
like
Doesn't
SKS,
exist.
SLR, and MK13, right? Because those guns actually uses 7.62 millimeter ammo, and although, you know, as powerful as they can be, um, if you want to go for a rapid fire tapping, I would probably go with Mini 14s. I mean, the accuracy is there, the precision is there. So, yeah, I
Oh
think
boy.
that would be the best DMR gun to have in Miramar. Now, Stalwart Esports with 9 elimination points, 5 belonging to Action so far. I mean, another duo, another tandem to watch out for when it comes to Stalwart Esports. And T2K, again, with 3 elimination points. And right now they are targeting the players coming from A1 Esports. But then again, we are not seeing any hard push happen just yet coming from this team, since, you know, they're trying to
Oh.
go for a open knockdown before they can rush anyone. But then again, we mentioned this a while ago, Pika, that Stalwart Esports may head towards Los Leones, but I think MABATEX got in there first. But CMF, you know, as well as IHC, there is a
IHC, yeah.
scaffold that is about to happen right south side of Cruz del Valle. And right now we see Auto aim with M416 and a times 4 scope. Ooh, Godless!
Well,
Popped.
okay.
Godless head just got popped by Auto aim.
Okay, a bit of redemption there from Auto Aim after the fatal flaw that he did, you know, in the first game. So I like that. I like what I'm seeing. Now, MABATEX as Wally takes out Sketch, and iHigh fell victim to Zeo from IHE as well. This is, I think they're claiming this entire area right here, right, for their duel. And Sancher again with the DMR over here. I saw that was most likely the Car 98 we were talking about earlier. Here we go. Godless. Will definitely need assistance from Alex, but oh man, what a stray from Alex! But barely escapes that. Now Alpha 49. Oh, Alex in the UMP, right on time to aid. Okay, beautiful stuff. Now here comes the cavalry, Red Queen, Power TZ, and an Auto Aim. They are evening things up. They're gonna go for the kill here. But if you notice, just below them, we have one more member of IHC. That's Zeol. I think he's being relayed information, but is it too late for him to again to come for to come for the aid? Or rather to come for comfort?
All right, here we go. Auto aim just cooked that nade perfectly, and he was able to actually give off some kind of damage. Alpha from CMF goes down as well, coming from the kill feed. Now Auto aim needs to recuperate for just a while. Goes behind this tree, while Power TZ is actually getting some damage as well, coming from the nades. So far, but man, they are really overextending their stay right outside of the safe zone. Now, Godless over here is the only player remaining so far coming from the side of IHC, and is looking to seal the deal so far. Power TZ on prone right there, very low in HP. I best hope that he has a first aid kit or something, but it looks like Godless would be prioritizing to get inside the circle and backs away, you know, opted to back away from that altercation.
Yeah, you know, if there's no rescue that's about to happen, I think survival really is the last option. So headed to where Train to Kill is. Here we go. Oh, did he actually figure out where Edward is hiding? Okay. So a bit of a wall bang over here, wall bang attempt, and let's see. Oh, there! I'm pretty sure he saw the helmet. Okay, there, and he does. Amura Chili still choosing to contest that. That is an interesting choice, but Train to Kill right here with 3 eliminations, specifically for Suyog, who is yet to have one on the board. I think he's being a bit bloodthirsty at this point, Red Queen. So now he lost information on where Amura Chili is. So let's see if the patience game will actually tap Suyog on the shoulder now. Where we are, Red Queen. It looks like a lot of these teams will try to come closer. Stage 4, not really too early anymore in the game, and I think MSX, if they choose to loot, then I think it's still free for them. Exclusive goods.
Yes, sir. And actually, A1 Esports was eliminated by MABATEX so far, and right now High Voltage Domination Crew definitely heard those gunshots, and right now Rogue going for a dessert and actually gets him. Now it's fortunate, for the side of MABATEX, because Wally has a big chance to go for that quick revive over there. I mean, there's definitely time, but Rogue, I don't think he's gonna let this one go. But the good thing is, Pika, they are already inside the circle, so there's not much pressure just yet, but I think Wally is having a difficult time going for dessert over here. So let's just hope Rogue doesn't get him. But he is now moving. Wally going in for the rescue, and Rogue is just like I'm gonna spray him down.
Oh my gosh, the hit counter. Definitely, proving to be useful, but Rogue!
What?
What happened? Oh my goodness, Rogue was really confident with the way that he was engaging against MABATEX. Oh, okay, but Edward gets the job done, takes out dessert. Okay, good stuff. Malik from Raw as well takes out Icy from STALWART Esports. Here we go. So this is looking to be quite a swift approach here from all of these teams, especially from Train to Kill, or rather, not Train to Kill. With just 3 eliminations here. I was about to say that MABATEX had a good enough cover there, but I don't know. It's some of these teams are definitely just gonna go in guns blazing.
Correct. And T2K so far, Pika, I think they have like a good position so far. I mean, there is a big chance though that they're going to go up against the guys of Asian. I mean, the moment TGOA decides to actually move a little forward, I mean, of course, the zone is going to push them to move from from where they are where they are staying right at this moment. And also on the side of MSF2D, they will definitely be coming from the southern side. That would be their entry point. And again, T2K has a chance to actually gatekeep them and prevent them from entering the safe zone. But right there in the middle, there's A1, there's the guys coming from HV, DC as well. But it is a little bit open, I can say, they're pretty much any team can pretty much hit them from any direction. Now Godless getting punished by Sancher over there with that massive spray down, but then again, still not enough to take him down. But Nurtse coming from STALWART Esports now find themselves up against the guys of Asian.
Okay, well, you know what, Redkin, I believe that this is a kind of a long game that we're seeing compared to how it was earlier. We're already at stage 5, still 10 teams, fairly healthy, at least most of them. But compared to how it was earlier, though, we have less teams that are still complete. So STALWART Esports right now with 9 eliminations, just 1 away from a 2-digiter. They, I think they're not really, in my opinion, prioritizing the chicken dinner anymore, but rather just to make sure that these teams start falling. And again, as I mentioned, shorten the list. My gosh, CMFTZ out of here, Red Queen, and now we are down to 9. And we were literally taken away. That circle actually moved the back, compared to the supposed water final circle that we thought we were gonna have.
Well, good spot there coming from Jaguar, proving himself to be an apex predator in this competition. Takes down that last remaining player coming from CMF, right? Because he was actually gunning for Johnny. You know, Johnny wasn't really in the best position so far, but Jaguar provided like a very good follow through, a very good backup to save his teammate over there, and hence getting that point. Now we're down to just 9 teams remaining and 22 players alive. And if we're gonna look at the scoreboard right here, MSX managed to put 6 elimination points so far, but they only have like 2 players left as well. Limit over with 5, IHC with 2, and the highest so far is coming from STALWART Esports. And they still have a fighting chance
That's
because
it.
even though they already have like 1 casualty, I mean, pretty much they can still like push their limits or like push the boundaries right here in this 5th phase of the circle.
And you know, having like a couple teams here with just 1 member left, and potentially MSX as well. There we go. That's 3. That's 3 teams. Who will be the if I may, the easier to catch prey for, you know, for these others, still complete, still healthy, still equipped teams here, right? Oh, there it is. Ruthless Aggressive Warriors is the next one to go. So now we're down to IHC and MABATEX as well as MSX, who needs to play survival mode, but it's not a good look for MSX so far. However, the patience game,
Yes.
Red Queen, as I was mentioning earlier, care of Suyog, Turu Love, XMPL, and you know, that last dude that they have here.
The
I would
last
say
dude.
it's really the last dude. They be playing this really well. You know, again, like
Yes.
the Predators. Oh my gosh! Okay, as I was saying that, HVDC puts down the first from T2K. You know, to be down, to be on his knees, and I am okay. I think this is gonna be an attack of greed on the side of HVDC.
Well, there's actually a lot of them that's still outside of the safe zone. If I'm not mistaken, IHC has now entered, you know, the 5th phase of the circle over here, Pika, and has the best chance to actually gatekeep these remaining teams that are still fighting right outside. The blue zone though is coming for them in just 10 seconds, so they might want to do this engagement fast if they still want to, you know, get there alive. But anyway, STALWART Esports still doing a massive cleanup so far, so they can actually move forward. But everyone needs to get a move on, if you're going to ask me, Pika. I mean, you don't want to get stuck right outside the safe circle.
Right, and stage 6. Look at this. Look at how these teams are literally going inside, like cockroaches, if I can say so. They are flocking towards the safe zone, and this is gonna be a painful sight to watch for any of these teams, right?
Man.
Right? Oh, there it is.
Oh!
IHC was the next victim, and good riddance, if I can say so. Now MABATEX, one hair strand away from elimination with the last remaining member, may have to dive into this pool of sharks, and
Right.
look at how these players are. Right? They have high voltage, trained to kill, high and
Man.
high voltage. All of them just looking to take out. Okay, there it is. I was about to say that the highest scoring team is about to say bye-bye. Now we are left with 3-on-3. 3-on-3. Never mind. That's 3-2-2. Care of T2K, TGOA, and high voltage. This is what we were talking about, Red Queen. High voltage, so consistent, always placing far. Even if they don't get this chicken dinner, I already have proven the point that high voltage is not to be scoffed at all.
Man, I mean this is actually a brutal circle here, Pika. Now we can see from the
It is.
minimap, there's a lot of players that's currently knocked down, and they will probably bleed out in the open with nobody to save them at this point in the competition. Now we got May over here coming from the guys of Asian. He is trying to gatekeep
You gonna be
Sancher,
able
trying
to?
to prevent him to get inside right of the safe zone. But May, there you go. Sancher exposed
Oh.
himself, but what a shot! Amura Chili. Then also trying to keep up. So far he is going for those patches with those bandages. So far, I think he is preserving, you know, the first aid kits that he He still has, but so far, you know what?
Mhm.
HVDC is a little bit struggling in terms of like position
Mm.
because they don't have the best angle, right, for them. But let's see if Aero can actually make a difference. Maybe he can push, the players or like the remaining players coming from T2K. But then again, you know what? They're so close to the safe zone, but they cannot move forward because, well, TGOA has a
Yes.
very good vantage point, but Edward got knocked down
Oh,
by Arrow. So that is the first mistake TGOA did in
okay.
stage number 7.
This is shaping up to be a very interesting final stage here, Red Queen. MABATEX, again, the weakest link out of our top 4. The last hope of MABATEX here needs to keep that head down, Gotta make sure that you stay as concealed as long as possible here. Now, Arrow, with a bit of backup from Sanchir, I think is gonna go snowball against a train to kill. Now, Turulev has access to a vehicle here. Now, you see how TGOA literally just takes refuge among these buildings. So they definitely have a lot of coverage to go around. Here we go. May W.
Oh!
Oh, picking up the pace
Oh,
and
man.
train to kill. Red Queen, after
Oh,
all of that,
man.
after that build-up, train to kill, still fell victim. Now here we go. High voltage with one man down, TGOA and MABATEX. I made this point earlier, Red Queen. If you keep your head out, oh my gosh, playing baseball. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Leo with that bluff. Let's see if Amura Chili is willing to risk his own life. Oh, and Leo! What happened there? I did not see that so clearly, but Amura Chili in dire
Oh,
danger here.
man.
Okay,
He made use of the angles, Vega. He actually
Play
what do you
zone,
call
play
this?
zone hazard.
Yes, but anyway, Arrow over here coming from high voltage was able to knock one player down, and there you go, ladies and gents, again with another win so far. High voltage
Oh,
domination crew getting their second winner chicken dinner of the evening, proving to be one of the force to be reckoned with inside this competition, living up to their name, of course, Pika. High voltage. You do not touch high voltage; it can get you killed.
thousands of watts right there, and just at the very end of the circle, they just showed how much evolved they have already been, Red Queen, for the past 7 days. That this team right here has learned from their mistakes, has understood the pacing of how these games are. So beautiful stuff. And I'm look at this. I think we have toppled. We have a new record here, Red Queen, in the form of
Yes,
Arrow,
sir.
originally from Jiggle, who held a two-digit elimination record, again a mark for a tournament. Now we have Arrow with 12 eliminations and the least damage taken amongst his teammates. Unbelievable.
Yes, sir. I mean, he's probably standing tall right now in the
Mhm.
lobby, flexing that 12 elimination points so far. 1,132 damage, which is 95 damage taken. So in terms of getting those positions or the right angles, man, I mean, this guy is a testament so far as how good he is. With acquiring those points. Now, head to head, we got Kokimu and STALWART Esports action. Well, when it comes to total eliminations, we got 6 compared to 4, but damage
Mhm.
dealt right inside the game goes to I mean it's the same 700 plus, but it's a bit
Pretty close,
higher
yeah.
on the side of action right here. Average survival time, again, not much of a gap so far. So I think this guys, I can say that they're also very good when it comes to picking up their rotation so far, picking up an angle that best works for the team, not just for the team but for themselves as well. I mean, at this point in the competition, you need to be able to carry your own weight, right? You need to be able to carry your own weight. And I,
Mhm.
I would also love to give, like some sort of recognition to the IGLs as well. I mean, they are the ones giving the structure, they are the ones giving the
Mhm.
commands, giving the calls so far. And if this person cracks under pressure, I think pretty much it goes the same with the rest of the team.
Imagine how in high voltage, 12 eliminations out of the 17 they did belong to one guy. One guy, Red Queen. So that that speaks volumes. Now, good stuff right here from high voltage, you know. And I wish I could have placed my cards on them earlier if I'm going to be very honest. So, you know, I'm not going to withdraw, but definitely I wouldn't be so surprised as well if they take this whole thing with how they're doing here, Red Queen. So
Mm-hmm.
27 points. My gosh. Again, towering over the next best team for match 22, Stalwart Esports. And we know that Stalwart has a bunch of medals around their necks, but that is not going to stop high voltage from proving themselves worthy as well of our love and attention. Now, MABATEX with 9 eliminations, not far behind, literally tied with Trade to Kill. You know, it kind of became a disappointment to me as well, how through all of that, the patience of Train to Kill was also shattered when it came to crunch time, Red Queen. So maybe just maybe
Yes.
maybe it's a tactical flaw, but I'm not to say that T2K is out of the picture.
Yeah, and still, you know what? Arrow picking off those essential kills so far for the team. I think his back but
Arrow.
probably be hurting, right? After
Mhm.
that grueling match. But so far, we've seen, the scoreboard just a while ago. It popped up on your screen. Pretty much, I can still say that on the side of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors and T2K, they still did a pretty awesome job so far. I mean, they've managed to rack like how many 7 elimination points, 9 elimination points coming from Ruthless Aggressive Boys, so it's still okay. Now
Mhm.
we've seen another decline yet again. Mr. Pika Lozano, with the number of
Mhm.
throwables used inside this match, 141. And also, when it comes to total headshots, it went down to 6 as
Mhm.
well, coming from 9.
Okay, so again, I think in part it also has a lot to to play with positioning. A lot of these teams have made sure that they don't expose themselves too much. Granted, it's Miramar, like we mentioned. There are very few places to hide for you. So again, gotta play it very cautiously. But still, top of the mountain right here is Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, but not far behind them. Just for match 22 is Yangon Galacticus. Look at this. The grind never stops, definitely, for high voltage here, Red Queen. I'm going to get back to that in a bit. Because Train to Kill, with a 20 point, basically, uh, di- was this distinction between them and Agon I8, who was our very first triple chicken dinner winner throughout this entire tournament, is just 1 point ahead of high voltage.
Yes, sir. And man, you know what? To be honest, I'm just like, sitting at the edge of my seat so far, Pika. I mean, I cannot even make a decision myself on which of these teams I think would probably dominate and conquer the battlefield. I mean, just
Hmm.
looking at the numbers so far, I think still, it's pretty tight. There's not much of a gap so far, and the Karma is still
Yeah.
pretty doing well. They are keeping the pace of the game, and they're not too passive, they're not too aggressive as well. They are just
Mhm.
like maybe cruising. You know what, they don't really want to go for that high risk high reward kind of thing. So I think
Yeah.
they are pretty balanced, like the way they play their game so far for this final evening.
Yeah, and I fear for the rest of the teams here at Red Queen, not the ones who are lacking in points, but the ones who are actually in very good spots because, like we said before this, they could be absolutely gatekept by those teams on the opposite side of the board. Now, speaking of teams here, ladies and gentlemen, reminding everybody to please cast your votes for your favorite teams and players. You have until June 24th, 12 a.m. IST. All you got to do is visit A1 Gaming Community's Facebook page. You can cast your votes there. Just give
Mhm.
we have instructions for y'all, and I am more than certain that some of these players that we've seen earlier on have already gotten some followers, very fresh followers, just because of their performances. Red Queen.
Yes, and you know what? We also need to consider the fact that, those teams at the bottom. i- i- If I were to compare the mentality they have against those that are part of the upper half section of the scoreboard, I mean, you can really see just how aggressive they are right at this moment. I mean, the
Hmm.
confidence is really shooting off the roof as well. I mean, they are really, going inside the battlefield to go and pick off those players. I mean, they don't really even care right now where they position themselves or like where they drop at this moment. I mean, all that matters now is to be aggressive and probably just enjoy their experience so far playing here for the community stars. But then again, guys, we need to prepare ourselves because well, I think we are about to enter the fifth or like fourth. Was that fourth or fifth? Fifth! Fifth! What? Fifth game for this evening? That fast? Oh my goodness. All right. Hold your horses, everyone. We'll be back after a short break. Please don't go away.
Nah, fuck that shit.
The list has definitely gone awry here, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the scores. And we are now at match number 5. Yes, as Red Queen's expression said it, as soon as she found out, things are looking to move really, really fast. Yours truly still on the mic here for PMCS's Grand Finals, Pika Lozano and Red Queen Gaming. Red, please, please, just soak it in. Yes, we are
Try-
down to our last two chances for these teams to get their names up there.
right? Talk about a lot of crazy and insane PUBG moments, and we just had a bunch of those happen in the previous matches, and we're about to have some more of that. Yes, ladies and gents, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Community Stars, brought to you by Esports County. Now, like what my partner said just a while ago, this is already the second to the last match of this evening, and that's going to determine who will be crowned champions for the PMCS. Then again, you know what? I'm not really sure, Pika, if we're going to award like three teams, maybe the
Mhm.
champion, first runner up, or second runner up. But we're gonna keep it up to three teams that we think will probably win this win this match. Of course, still front
Mhm.
runner, we got Karma, right? Karma officials. At this point in the
Yes.
competition, I can definitely say they are just like cruising. Like
Mhm.
maybe having some downtime, but still a little bit aggressive on getting those elimination points as well. Second would be, this is hard because I know DRS already dropped some uh,
Yeah.
ball right there, especially the fact that
Mhm.
they're playing with a different roster. But SDE is there, and ruthless, aggressive warriors. If I'm not mistaken, both of these teams are doing particularly well so far. And this is the fifth game, Pika. Like what you said,
Mhm.
last two chances to make a difference so far in this tournament. And now, okay, we can see our flight path started from the side of Kameshki and ending or headed towards the hospital area, south of hospital area.
Mhm.
So right now, this is like the opposite of what we've seen so far in the previous matches or like in the previous E-Wrangle. But still, the zone landed on the opposite side of the flight path, and we are looking to see the very first probably circle that will end in the military base onto the southern part island right there. So it's gonna be an interesting fight since we're definitely gonna be seeing a lot of those teams crossing from the main island down to Sosnovka military base.
I'm also kind of terrified at how T2K will get their hands on a lot of good loot headed to shooting range. You know, they were at STALWART earlier, or at least a bit further from it. Oh my gosh! Just like that, train to kill. I said it. They already Jane already put his name on the kill feed and in good fashion too.
Yes, sir.
So I like that. I like what's happening here now. Red Queen, it's not always that we see again, as you mentioned, a finish off of the military base. So this could prove to be quite action packed. Now Mortaza rivaling that care of Raging Bulls. Here we go. This is moving quite fast. This is what we're talking about. Shooting range, Red Queen. This is where everything's gonna take place as early as now. Now Turulov headed to the top floor. I'm pretty sure he senses Raging Bulls up there. Let's see if there has been some info relayed already. Now Suyo, just next door. Gotta be super careful here. And it is compound for compound here. Red Queen starting things off quite fast. Oh my gosh. Okay. Right as you jumped off the roof. Turulov, here we go. Almost picked him as well. Oh no. Trade to kill. Oh, Red Queen, not like this.
I can feel your frustration, Pika.
Oh
my god! Just to
here
catch you
it
guys up,
goes.
T2K is actually one of Pika's favorite team in the competition, right? Because they had an
No.
amazing journey so far. In PMCS. Again, this is one of the teams that started quite slow, but then again, they did like a quick pickup so far when week 2 actually started. And this is gonna hurt them, Pika. This is probably gonna hurt them the way that they exited this Iran Gold match. But Genesis Esports right here in a little bit of a pickle, of course. Zai has been sent back to the lobby, but most of his teammates are actually looting here around Rozok. So he's a little bit far if you're going to ask me. But Master Ichi as well as West Carry over here ready to challenge up the boys coming from Bad Intentions.
Oh, but never mind. I have to move on from that. West Carry, Master Inchi, both on their knees right now. Red Queen and I think this is Copier, almost on his way there. Oh no! Genesis Esports, Red Queen. Oh.
Again.
I can't.
Oh my goodness.
I can't. In your own words, these teams falling like flies left and right, and we are barely halfway through stage 1. Oh man, I am wiping my eyes dry after what happened to Train to Kill over there. That was not part of the program. So, boys, what happened? Anyways, let's give them the benefit of the doubt that it really was a hot spot for them to be in. That was shooting range, as I mentioned earlier. I think they were really gunning for that, or really eyeing for that. So. It doesn't always come without risk. So, one Esports on site.
It wins. Sinister pulls out his micro Uzi over here. This is so lethal when it comes to SynQC fight, and Sinister, he knows that. He knows that very well. But Sketch is in a little bit of a trouble so far because he had been tagged as well. So we still don't know the situation so far, how bad it is against the Skylightz Gaming. But let's see if K9 and Hitman can save Sketch from this engagement. I can already see, 3 players coming from Skylightz Gaming here. Pika taking in, like a very good position so far. Oh, and this is another battle. Raging Bulls, Mortaza over here. Okay, that was a good one. That was a good one. He sealed the entry point on the rooftop with a Molotov. That will allow, or like give him time, right? Give him time to go for a quick revive. Now from the rooftop, he went down. Okay, and now he pulls out his UMP, goes up against one of the CMF players. Now he gets 2. We are only waiting for just one more player coming from the side of CMF, or like maybe
Okay.
2, before he closes this deal. Now we are just waiting for that clutch gameplay. Mortaza pulls out his AKM, this AR that will probably save his life against 2 of the players of CMF. Now, he changed his mind, okay, going for that
Okay,
quick
okay.
reload with a UMP as well. And again, this is one of the most effective SMG so far in this competition.
Hey, good
Oh
try!
my goodness!
Oh!
Against an S12K? Was that an
Yeah,
S12K?
definitely not. It is an S12K
Oh.
there, Red Queen.
Man,
There
that
was really no
brutal.
way he was gonna get out of there.
Brutal!
Okay. But you know what? Much respect right there to Mortaza, holding the flag a little longer for the boys of Raging Bulls. But it just takes one peek. You know, there's a reason why the S12K is absolutely dangerous. CQC, definitely the name of the game here for shotgun. So I like that. I really like that. The big brain play that Mortaza showed us over here, this rooftop, this exact spot right here, was really one for the books, Red Queen. I'll give him credit for that. I'm
Right.
pretty sure that moment will replay on his mind for the entirety of this tournament. So good stuff from
Yes,
Raging
sir.
Bulls, but sadly they have been exiled. Time to leave. Regroup. One more day to fight, or one more game
Nice.
to fight rather. After this, so and they went
Yeah.
out in great fashion as well. Red Queen with 5 eliminations. That's again that's a big medal to hold.
More than enough. Yes,
Mhm.
that was a good game sense, coming from Mortaza, right? The way that he really blocked that entry point to allow himself to recuperate, even for just a while. But CMF again, they are now being suffocated by the blue zone over here at Severny. So, in terms of like maybe the availability of cars, I think there's much to go around for the entire team. I think they can pretty much find like a couple of vehicles along the road. There's actually one garage right there that for sure there's a vehicle, but they need to get a move on. They need to head to the safe zone so far, and you don't want to overextend your stay because, well, if you do a late rotation, there's a big chance that you will be gatekept by a lot of teams, of course. And if you do a late rotation so far coming from the blue zone, you will be getting inside with with the less HP, and that would of course put you in a vulnerable position if that squad will then challenge you up for a duel.
You know what? I am both face palming, grinning right now, Red Queen, because we only have 11 teams left. My goodness, and this is stage 1, so this is uh, this is not ranked game, folks. You can actually take a bit of time here if you must. You know, if there are points on the line, and of course, massive real world loot. So I uh, I am baffled as well, Red Queen, of how these teams are actually they're really putting their backs into this. And again, I understand what's at stake. Regardless whether you take home the gold or you basically end this on a good run, it's still something that you can be proud of. So
Yes, sir.
again, high voltage. They are our first dual chicken dinners for the final day here, Red Queen, and still looking as patient as ever. Just trying to. I don't know who that is that you're trying to fish for, but definitely outside the play zone, I think. So it's that's a pretty odd choice coming off of Rogue here. So okay, sure, whatever makes you happy, my guy.
You know what? I'm clenching my chicks over here because I'm so excited. The right kind of chicks. But anyway, so far, yes, we still have a
Chat,
complete set of
it's not what you
players
think,
of
chat.
high voltage. Okay, they are positioned right here, downside of or south side of Pachinki so far, but the kill feed is literally lighting up right at this moment. There are players coming down from the guys of Asian, Agon, as well as the let me see here, 7th
Karma,
Element, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Karma. Yeah. Oh man.
Okay, so yeah, not stepping on the brakes here at all are the teams, Red Queen. So, as we mentioned, if you're gonna be talking about nothing game related here, but rather placement, I think some of the teams have already hung up their wingtips. You know, they would most likely
Yes.
acknowledge the fact that, oh no, we won't be able to make the chase for the upper half. So the most that we can do right now is to gather a lot of elimination points and just brighten up our resume a little more. So at this point, I think Agon, however, they're still really determined to make a difference again, as you mentioned, to shake up that chart a little bit more, and perhaps
Mm-hmm.
just get one more shot at the bigger prize. So with game number 5 already ensuing and stage 2 only here, right? I think that these teams, some of the players have already been winded out. They're either mentally exhausted or at least physically drained, but I'm pretty sure they're still putting up a fight here. I can't say the same,
Mm-hmm.
however, for for those who are still for those still trying to change their fate. Because, so just A1, a lot of fans are really rooting for A1. So, but
Yes,
if the
sir.
tides really
Of
don't go your
course.
way, you're gonna have to embrace that already.
Yeah, as much as we would want to like keep on praising A1 Esports, but of course we still need to call out those gameplays as well. And we wouldn't want to like sugarcoat anything. We are casters, of course. We're gonna
Hmm.
be calling out on those gameplays. And right
As it
now
is,
they are
yeah.
not really. They're not really doing particularly well so far in terms of the overall scoreboard. What you guys are seeing right now are just scores started from day number 5. So that's actually the start or the beginning of week number 2. We still need to consider
Mm,
those accumulated points that were gathered during week 1. And so far, based from my tally, okay, based from my data, A1 Esports currently is at 6th place, okay, assuming that I got
mm, mm.
the math right. And so far, you know what, for the side of A1 Esports, they still need, to exert a little bit of effort, exert a little bit of more work so far to improve their overall statistics. Of course, we're not taking out the possibility that they can still,
Beautiful.
manage to rock this one out, Pika. You know what? A1 Esports, like what we have telling, all of these guys that they have been in the competitive scene for a very long time. They have played in a lot of pro
Mm.
leagues. They have played in a lot of global stages. So in terms of knowledge, in terms of experience, they already have this down. The depth of strategy that these guys have, the synergy even is outstanding.
Okay, wow. Excluding the parkour training that Grind had to do there, for just to get to the roof, that took him a good minute. I think he really
Hmm.
wanted to take a peep at where CMFG is, but he did take a few shots to the shoulder, I believe. Just looking
Hmm.
over that boulder right across the map, and again, that is the opposite side. Oh my gosh, here we go, Sinister.
Hmm.
Why? Why he fell victim, and that is it. As we
Hmm.
mentioned, they were not looking too good prior to that, Red Queen. They already had a good amount of deaths from their side, so that means that unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, is they have to get back to the drawing board one last time, because for game number 5, there's nothing more we can say for them. Now, bad intentions, however,
Yes.
still here for the running, and Dante a bit wounded here. And out in the open as well. My gosh, this is looking very bad for Dante. We did see a car pass by as well, and Amos just over that hill. Should he peek enough, then he can take out Dante with a few shots. But there it is. The door definitely opened. Come in, my dude. Let
Yes.
me
Oh
let
yeah.
me give you a bit of them ointments as well from our med kit.
Let me give you some love. But anyway, yes, we got well, I really don't know how to pronounce his name, so I'm gonna go with Neem so far. Neem366. Okay, I hope I got that name. Unless you have an idea so far, Peek, on how to pronounce this name. But yes, he is cooking up that nade, going up against WPM over here. Michi still
6'9",
finds himself on the ground. Right, he's still on the ground, and there's no way Rounds can save his teammate over here. But here comes the crash coming from Imas. Let's see if it can actually make a difference for the side of WPM.
Oh
But here comes the
no!
attack now coming from Bad Intentions. And again, we got one player right here, pulls out a DPS, goes for Imas. Imas was able to dodge that attack, so there is still a little bit of a chance coming from the side of WPM. But oh man, that nade actually wiped out some of the players coming from Bad Intentions. Now we got CMF 69, 366 is, he's down at the moment. So we got a Jax over here going for that quick pickup. Okay, there is still time. But this is the right opportunity for
Definitely.
WPM to actually be a little bit
Oh, they
aggressive
did that
and actually
push!
move for a kill. They need to push, Pika. They really need to push.
Oh my gosh! Massively missed opportunity over here. That was a great chance that they let go of. But again, there it is. As I was talking about, Dante lands a. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna take a breath here. Okay, because I was very disappointed personally with how that went. But maybe just maybe, knowing how the odds are stacked against them, maybe that's why the Mambas did not really go for any engagement. They did not push through. Now with the staircase. Okay, there we go. This is the last stand for the Mambas here, because that's the only way that they're gonna get flushed out. Now, should anybody peek from there, there is a DPS waiting for again for anybody. Now Jax, he definitely needs to get picked up over here. Good heal. Red team. Oh my goodness, this is that's what I was talking about. You see, the DPS off of Emas was absolutely devastating. Okay. One last hurrah here for the West Point Mambas.
Really, you know what? For DBS is really gonna put you on your knees so far. I mean, if you've seen your opponent pulls out a DBS, you really need to be careful. But Imaz, again, with a kill so far. Oh my goodness, that was a good one. But Federalis, I mean, both of these players needs to move from where they are exactly. But it's going to take a little while, Pika, because well, we need to also consider that there are a lot of teams going for a quick rotation as well. So they need to hop onto their buggies, they need to hop onto their vehicles and actually head on to another location, of course, to recuperate first before they go to any engagement. And now we got Agon I8 on the streets doing a massive spray down against the players coming from HVDC and as well as CMF. Now we got Dictator over here, finds himself up against the players of HVDC.
Nice.
Rogue goes down. AKM Dictator using this so far, using this AR to go up against the remaining players coming from HVDC. Now 3 of them already down as well, but from behind, Pika, from behind, Agon joins the fight.
Oh, the third party interference right here, Red Queen off of Agon. Oh, those were steals, you know, if I can be very honest. But again, regardless, we take what we can. IQ with that UMP spray on Rogue. But, Santier trades him out. This is what we're talking about. HVDC, still the prime suspects here. We saw how they got absolutely rattled by CMF. Okay. A while ago, what looked like what looked like an absolute mess has now started to slow down. You know, the dust is starting to settle. But not to say that fights are over. Here we go. Now GSM, the Gremlins, Red Queen. Oh my goodness, stage 5, and we're down to our last 16. I was saying that the Gremlins are definitely spotted by the authorities. You know, I definitely.
Oh man.
I am okay. Not looking good here for Falak, Red Queen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, energy is already escaping my body, so I'm really trying hard to hold on to it to give you guys, you know, like the good show that you deserve right here inside the final day of this tournament. So far, we still have our West Point Mambas, Federales, and Mass. So far, 6 elimination points, Pika, which is actually great. And now we're looking at the map overview. Okay, so far, there's a little bit of distance, right? There is a big distance so far from all of the teams that are still alive and kicking. 4 teams remaining. We got the guys of Asian, WPM, and Agon I8, as well as CMFTZ. Now, this is a little bit open, if you're going to ask me. I mean, there's really not much cover, but West Point Mambas, I think so far, they need to be able to at least, you know, pick up some players coming from Agon Esports to slow them down a bit as they make their way towards the circle.
This is one of the teams that we've mentioned prior to this, Red Queen. This is a gatekeeper in the form of West Point Mambas, because everybody that WPM is dealing with right now, all of these teams that they're dealing with are all higher in placement. So if they manage to, say, take out CMFZ or Agon, that is going to be a big deal. That is denial of a potential winner-winner chicken dinner. So let's see if the guys of Asian, we know how they are. We know how they're also very tactical. Let's see how they will deal with this, or allow these
oh man.
Oh man. Okay. How these 3 teams are definitely gonna find themselves facing each other off before the guys of Asian can come in for the picking. Now, Interestingly enough, here we go.
Yes.
Grind still has CMFZ on his sights. Let's see if he's going to be able to somewhat snowball off of that smoke.
And again, like what I've said, Pika TGOA, Erangel is actually a strong map for them. And right now, they have an advantage compared to the rest of the team. They still have 3 more players. I mean, WPM, okay, they are now taking shelter in this small shack over here. Not the best so far, but this can do. This can save them. I mean, like, if they know how to actually pick without getting hit as well, then I think they're on the safe side. But then again, you know what? Those players coming from TGO as well as Agon, they need to go down. They need to be able to actually find a spot here in the open field. There's a lot of haystacks though, but to get in that position, that's gonna be tough.
Definitely almost impossible, if I may. But look at where TGOA is here, Red Queen. Again, they found home. They found a very good amount of shelter for them for the time being. They can wind down the clock. Stage 5, there's still like a couple more chances for them to wait out what's happening here. But Amora Chile, a bit of a greedy choice here. But again, for good reason. I understand how they do have a lot of cover for them to return to or to retreat to should they be spotted. Now, I can't say the same right here for Agon I8. They're down 1 man, and Circle's not really favoring them. Oh my gosh, Federalis!
Oh!
You are gonna go down a hero here. But if Emas is gonna be able to attend to his aid, and it looks like they will be. But this small shack right here, Red Queen. This is barely any cover. You are wall bangable all sides. So they better relocate and quick.
No, man. I mean, this is not, again, the best of play so far coming from the West Point. Mamba's grind, however, coming from Agon is circling like a shark right there, looking for his next victim. But anyway, grind. Okay, so far he is popping up a lot of smoke. Okay, so I mean, which is the wisest thing to do so far, since we've already discussed this one. They are out here in the open. There's not much cover, but oh no, Falak goes down in the hands of the Blue Reaper over here, the blue zone. Auto aim was able to knock down 1 player coming from TGOA. Federalis is taking advantage of the fact, capitalizing on the third party so far against all of those teams. Man, this is looking to start I mean, this is pandemonium.
Red Queen, you just realized that this is also one of the targets that the West Point Mambas have actually gone to. Emas still putting some tabs on his name. Here we go. Agon I8 out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Red Queen, the guys of Asian. Oh my gosh, coming off of a very, very safe spot is now facing absolute trouble. The hands of CMFTZ, they have the entire team has their back against the wall. They have 1 man remaining. Agon already eliminated. Now it is up to CMFZ and West Point Mambas to take out the last remaining interference in the form of the guys of Asian. Amora Chile just standing out in the open. Look at this.
Yes, sir.
He's just right there.
Oh my goodness. Two players left on the side of West Point Mambas. 1 for the guys of Asian and 1 for CMFZ as well. Now we're looking forward and we are liking what we see. 50% of the winning chance goes to the Mambas. And again, so far, I mean, they really need to play this one out smart. Pika. I mean, they have the advantage, of course. What they need to do is really be good at extracting those information. I don't think they still have any throwables left so far, so I don't think they can go for that nade attack that we want to see. That would probably help solve all of their problems right at this moment. So anyway, Fitzroz right here. The quality of his helmet is not looking too good as well, right? Even with the vest. And another brutal thing that happened for the play zone. You know what? The guys of Asian, they need to do a massive cleanup. You know, he would want to go for that last player coming from the side of CMFC, right, before they can even get to the safe zone. But so far, again, I would agree with the board. Like, if WPM plays their cards right, they can pretty much, you know, win this whole thing. But 8 elimination points goes to the guys of Asian, and we are looking now to Amura Chile as the lone wolf, okay, trying to hunt his next victim as well.
I'm gonna say it out loud. He's not the only one. We still have auto aim, and I think he manages to he basically auto aim is still looking pretty okay, but the safe zone may not dictate that. Here
Man,
we go. Amora Chili with a couple of medkits. Are you gonna sacrifice your
oh
overall health
man,
as the Blue Reaper is slowly pulling the curtains towards you? Amora Chili's out
wow!
of there.
Here we go!
Oh my goodness! West Point Mambas. Oh, they
Oh
are
man,
one frag away from their very, very first winner with the chicken
let's
dinner.
go!
Here we go. Auto aim.
Let's
Check
go!
out, and
Yeah!
they do get it. The West Point
Oh man!
Mambas. Red Queen. Oh, has finally gotten their name onto our victory list as they bag their very first winner chicken dinner. And not one game too late. West Point Mamba Esports here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man, I can't even begin to describe how happy I am right at this moment. I mean, you have to give it to us. You have to give it to West Point Mamba Esports. I mean, they have been really putting up the work. You know what? Even if they already know they don't have the chance to actually go to at least the upper half
Mm.
section of the overall scoreboard, but still they are really doing their best to improve their stats so far. I mean, they are not going down that easy. Right there, I mean, probably the goal right now is to be at least part of the top 16. And just look at the amount of kills that Federalis has. 7 elimination points. Is outstanding. I mean, the determination, the discipline to win match number
Mhm.
23 is so prominent, and they've done such a good job, eliminating all of the players. Right, it wasn't an easy fit. You know what, it wasn't an easy fit. I mean, the
Mhm.
battlefield was so open, there wasn't enough cover for everyone, right? But they still managed to pull through. So that was a convincing win on the side of the West Point Mambas. Now, most valuable player goes to Federalis. I mean, just so well deserved. 7 elimination points so far, and the highest contribution probably for his team.
You know, again, we are naturally ecstatic here, ladies and gentlemen, in chat because we saw how the West Point Mambas are literally ready, in my opinion, and as
Yes,
far
sir.
as I've seen it, they are definitely ready to get themselves home, regroup after all of this, but they emerged victorious. And as I mentioned earlier, just at the verge of our last chance to get a winner chicken dinner. This is game number 5 out of the 6 games we're gonna play today. But the West Point Mambas, they managed to turn everything into their favor despite those odds stacked against them horribly. They came out on top, for at least for game number 5. Now here we go. The only 2-digit eliminations they've had today, or rather, for them ever, I think. They they showed us that they are not over. They still have a bit of fight left in them, and good job to the Mambas here. Now TGOA Red Queen, that's a bit of a leap with 13 total points, and CMFZ
Mm-hmm.
same, and the story goes.
Yes, sir. And so far, my expectations, the teams that I'm really expecting to dominate is still really putting up a very good show. I mean, they're not really disappointing. And so, I think I still pretty much have the same mythical 12 that I have on my list. And I'm gonna say it to everyone in just a while. I'm gonna reveal my list in just
Mhm.
a while. But 158 troubles used. Wow. Just a little rise over there when it comes to the numbers, because we came from a 141, right? So it was okay.
Mhm.
Now, longest elimination distance goes to Elite over here, coming from CMFTZ, 270 meters, and that is just fantastic. Now, total headshots with 10, total knockouts would be 15-9, and amazingly, when it comes to healing, it's more than 5,000.
It just goes to show how much again how much damage a lot of these people have actually inflicted. So again, we don't want to have to dwell on those wins already, Red Queen, because it's a shock factor that really got us. Now,
Hmm.
congratulations again to the West Point Mambas. But we're not going to stop here, ladies and gentlemen. If you still want to vote for your favorite teams, don't hesitate to do so. All you got to do is click on the description and just visit the comment section as well as the page of A1 Gaming Esports. These players and these
Yes.
teams will wait for your votes up until June 24th, 12 a.m. IST. Now, wow. Wow is all I can say right now. Green is the color of Game 5 here, Red Queen, as the West Point Mamba scored their very first winner chicken dinner. So, yeah, excited on how our very last game will pan out.
Yes, sir. I definitely agree with you. And you know what? We would always love to give recognition to the teams that would always stop,
Mm,
every match of the game, right? Why? Because again, the amount of time you guys invest into perfecting your skill set and honing your your talent, to becoming one of the best PUBG teams in a global stage is something to be proud of. I mean, you have the chance to represent your country, to bring pride and glory to everyone. And so, you know what? I just want to say, like big kudos to everyone that actually
mhm.
participated right here in this tournament. And of course, big congratulations to those who actually, win some chicken dinner in every match. So then again, we will be back. And this time with the final match of this tournament that will crown the champion for the PMCS, which everyone has been waiting for. So please don't go away. We'll be back after a short break.
No, fuck that shit.
As excited as I can be, I can't help but feel a little sad because this is the final game and the final day that that ends this whole tournament, Pika. So, I mean, ladies and gents, welcome back to match number 6 of the PUBG Mobile Community Stars, brought to you by Esports County. Now, we are about to crown our champions in just a few minutes, right? And this is still your casters on the desk, Red Queen and Pika Lozano.
So yes, I have a bit of forlorn kicking in because this has become a habit to me in in good fashion because these players, these teams have already become part of my day, believe it or not. So having to study them, having to see how they go, having to see how the struggles end or how they continue thereof, it has become quite quite a vice that I will most likely be more addicted to, Red Bean. So here we go. Back to Miramar. I do not even feel bad about this map anymore. This has gotten to me in more ways than one. That Miramar is it's become a love relationship already. It used to be love hate, Red Queen, but now, oh man, I would live in this map if you get my meaning. So
Okay.
let's go.
Oh my goodness, this is the final time that we're going to see Miramar Pika for this tournament, and probably all of the teams right now. So we're excited again. As I mentioned a while ago, we're excited and sad at the same time because this would be, like the last day that I'm going to be able to see the likes of MABATEX, Skylightz Gaming, Raging Bulls, Agon
Mhm.
I8, and witness their awesome gameplay. But hopefully, you know what? I will be, or we will be casting some more tournaments right here for the South Asia or like Southeast Asia side of the world. But yes, please do watch out for us one. But okay, we've already started the game, and we can see a lot of the teams dropping on the northern side of Myanmar, and then again another brutal circle, Pika. Okay, we can see a lot of those squads dropped outside of their circle, and so you know what? The only entry points available for this one would be the north, the west, and well, the southwest. I would include that one, unless
Yeah.
those teams that are on the northern side will opt to use a boat somewhere alongside Junkyard and Minas Generales. If they can spot one, then maybe they can make their way towards the eastern side of the map. Would probably be the safest so far in terms of rotation.
I was about to say that, Red Queen, because Karma Esports, or rather Karma Official, has already started an altercation, a really, really early gunfight here against Raging Bulls. And now I think Mortaza already has, again, added a tab, basically one name right here. And this is, you might be wondering here, Red Queen, this is not a complete 16 team stack here because I believe Stalwart Esports is not part of this entire game. So while that may be all right, Stalwart Esports may also fall down a few notches because of this
Mm-hmm.
absence. But again, we are not one to judge here. Let's see how that will be for the rest of the teams because this might turn out to be a quick last game here. Should
Yes, sir.
these teams go for the push?
Going out with a bang. That's probably what the other teams would gun for so far. MABATEX against Yangon Galacticos right at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. The kill feed is not stopping to show us who is already
Mm,
knocked down at this point in the competition. We got the NB Esports as well up against Raging Bulls. And right now we got Mortaza using that micro Uzi. He doesn't have any,
mhm.
attachments just yet, so he doesn't have that
Yeah.
extra extra ammo so far for the Uzi. But here comes a Nightmare dressed in a daydream again. So far, going for that kill. Okay, hey, he's also being gunned down as well
Okay.
by a lot of couple of players coming
The
from.
sick.
And the esports, right? Romeo Boy coming from Yangon Galactus is currently knocked down, as well as Kokemuwu. But Mabitex,
Hey,
Leo sealed the deal and
gone.
actually collected that kill point.
They are gone, Red Queen, just like that. Mabitex already out, and thank you so much, Mabitex. I'll say that right now. Thank you so much for giving us quite the moments here for PMCS. That is it. I'm pretty sure by now they're throwing their high fives and just charging everything else to experience. But of course, we've had great moments with them, great chicken dinners.
Hmm.
So that is all. That is the last chapter of Mabitex's book here at PMCS. Now here we go. Well, I believe this is Ujin, if I'm reading that right, or Eugene, who is knocked down to his knees here from NB Esports. This is looking rather bleak for our newly arrived team ish because they only arrived here. For those of you who
Oh man,
who were
yes
who
sir.
since day one, they were only a week two entry. So yeah, I think they're also going to be shown the door in a matter of minutes here.
Oh,
But
man.
3 goals, right? Healthy Mortaza out of there, and we need Raymond to be.
Jafra.
Oh, oh, we saw that. Oh, okay, here we go. Now, Mr. Black,
Oh
I
man.
believe, still is in the running here.
Yes, a lot of fights
Okay.
happening simultaneously, ladies
Thank
and
you.
gentlemen. We got Jiggle from Raw already knocked down right at this moment. Malik is a little bit low on HP, and Pradin is already at the lobby. Uh-oh, this is not looking
Mhm.
too good on the side of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Now that we are
Oh
at the
no.
final game, the final chance for them to make a huge difference right here inside the PMCS. Now we got Sky, the lone wolf, so far coming from Ruthless. Pulls us his USB,
Oh,
but
snap,
Godless
that's it.
spots him. Oh my goodness, and now Ruthless Aggressive Warriors out of the game.
Okay, so these knights, these fighters, as we call them, they have taken their last bow for PMCS. Thank you
Man.
so much. Oh, and just as I was saying that, limit the over joins them immediately. Okay, so for all those moments, all that grind, them chicken dinners,
Okay.
simultaneous as well for Raw. Thank you so much. Again, that's the journey for Ruthless Aggressive Warriors for PMCS. Here we go. Now, Red Queen, the boys of IHC here, matching themselves up. They lost Alex already. Let's see if they're gonna slow down a little bit and not choose to engage.
Mm-hmm.
Go for looting and no medical equipment as well here. So I'm pretty sure that's what they're eyeing for. Loot's not looking very abundant here in terms of health, Red Queen. So let's see. Let's see if they need to regroup a bit.
Oh my goodness. I mean, first, stage one of this final match, and we've seen 3 teams get booted out of Miramar. Okay, IHC. We got Godless over here. I think he puts up quite a good number of elimination points, and so far, I think he
Mhm.
has the highest, if I'm not mistaken, per player or as
Yeah,
an
for the team.
individual
Yeah.
player. All right,
Mhm.
WPM up against a DRS. Okay, I think both of the teams suffered quite a casualty. We would want to, witness what is happening between these 2 teams, but we're looking at Ghost. And right now, I think he is going for more loots. But here we go,
Oh,
Mitchie with an M416.
Oh man.
Trying to gun down Shaw, but of course he needs to go for that quick kill as well because he is very low
My
on
gosh,
HP. Now
no.
scratch that. Sleepy gets him, and now Michi is already out of the game just like that. Now Mix cooking up that nade, going for Chatty over here in that small shack. Was able to inflict pain. Chatty goes down with that nade coming from Mix, but hey, we still got 2 more players coming from DRS. That's Shawl and Sleepy. So I mean, Biggs is already at a disadvantage if I were to compare the numbers that we have so far in each team.
Mhm. Okay. He got that hand ready. Got that strong arm. Mix goes for another nade. Emas really far away here, Red. This is not a good look for him.
Oh,
And
man.
definitely needs a lot of reviving. But with Migs, I'm pretty sure they have already started talking about this. You know, this is not the right decision for you, my guy. Now this Shack already cornered him. There it is. That's what I was talking about. There was really no way that they were gonna get out of that. So well played, and
Yes.
thank you so much to the West Point Mambas for again before this game
Kudos.
giving us the winner chicken dinner. You know, one for the road. So beautiful
One
stuff
for the
right
road
there
indeed.
from the West Point Mambas.
Yes, sir. Oh my goodness. Well, that was pretty intense, but so far still, a very good competition coming from West Point Mambas up against DRS. Now, he really didn't have much of a choice there. He got stuck inside that small shack. It wasn't really a very good choice of position if you're going to ask me, because it was easy for DRS to actually just throw a nade and wipe him out entirely.
Yeah.
So, and there's also the consideration that there is a mid man providing all of the details so far, and he has Migs in his line of sight, even with that small gap right there inside that shack. So yeah, but still, it was a good try coming from the West Point Mamas, and just like what you said, they came from a like a winner chicken dinner. So still, like a kudos to this team. But getting back to the Raging Bulls, okay, we already have 1 casualty. That's Mortaza, but before he exited the game, he puts like 1 elimination under his belt. So that's a total of 3 eliminations so far for this team. And right now, they are getting ready, preparing themselves to go for that rotation to get inside the circle. Same thing with Yangon Galacticos. They are in the junkyard area, but two of them, Romeo Boy and Mernat Boy, has been sent back to the lobby as well. So it's just cute
The Boy
Loki over
brothers.
here and Super Andrew on board their buggies. And then again, you know what? If you're going to ask me, buggy would be the most effective vehicle in Miramar because, well, it's fast, it's reliable. I think it's pretty much balanced. It's close to the ground, so it's easier. It's easier to move, right? If you want to change locations, if you want to look for another angle, I think this is the best vehicle to use so far. I mean, everything else is just too slow, you know, for me, right? 9 teams remaining, 31 players alive, and we are just at the second phase of the circle. We already have 7 teams out of the game. Raw, LONBS, STE, MABATEX, Red Esports, and of course, WPM. Now, it's just so unfortunate for Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, Pika. I mean, they only managed to put up 1 elimination point before they exited the final match this evening, which I think it's not looking too good for them. But Ghost is in big trouble right now. Trya jumping to the ground, pulls out the UMP and gets the job done. But okay, he needs to be careful as well because Godless is just on the other side of this mountain ranges over here, and well, it's not going to be a pretty simple thing to do for a tryout if he wants to escape this position because it's a little bit open, Pika.
Right, the bandages definitely being abused, if I may. Okay, so here we go. So we have CMF here, ladies and gentlemen, still looking over the horizon. Just of that clip. I was about to say and clarify, ladies and gents, that as you may find this quite fast, that we're down to our last 9 teams here, specifically because 2 of the teams did not actually deploy. And again, it's very unfortunate that
Oh.
Red Esports and Stalwart Esports did not join the fight. So I mentioned that earlier. So this also shortened the time as to why we are in this particular situation, Red Queen. So here we go. Los
Okay.
Leones, Impala, La Bendita. Any of these could be the circle's favorite. Let's see how that's going to work out. And you see how Karma Esports is also in the big city here. So we know how
Oh,
they
man.
might take refuge as soon as they feel like, oh, there it is, Impala. It looks like it's an Impala final circle here, Red Queen. And they need to
looks
make
like
haste,
so.
as you mentioned. Yeah, buggies definitely come into very good use here. And I'll definitely canvas for one if I given the chance in the future, IRL. So let's see how that works out for anybody amongst these teams who can drag these cars, these Hot Wheels, up into the safe zone.
Well, there's a lot of teams coming in from the southwestern side of the map, but there's already a fight brewing, right? With the real soldiers and some of the guys coming from MSF2D, and also Skylightz Gaming. So this is like a 3-way battle happening between these 3 teams. And right now we got Shaw. I think you know, he's pretty much stuck, you know, out there in the open. I mean, we only have like a couple of haystacks over here, but Skylightz Gaming, they're already impatient. AJ cooking up that nade. Oh man, Shaw is in big trouble. I don't see him coming out of this alive.
And right you are. There it is. Skylightz Gaming taking out one last time Shawl over there, as Red Queen mentioned. No, it's that was pretty unfortunate. You know, I hate it when that happens. Whenever you're stuck in one location and the next best thing is a good sprint away. So that really gives out a lot of information and your cover compromised entirely. But here we go. Skylightz Gaming just lost Mr. Boro right there. And Skylightz Gaming, they're technically very formidable at this point. They still have three players remaining and 6 points already in total. So this is still pretty powerful of a team that I'd say would be in contesting.
Yes,
Now
sir.
with Raging Bulls, 4 eliminations. YG, however, Yangon Galactic is one of our favorites, to be honest. Down to again 50% strength for the time being. Red Queen, they need definitely, and again I'm gonna choose my words wisely. They definitely need to take out DRS
Oh man.
to make the load a lot lighter.
Hey, there's another fight coming in, and it is not looking too good so far because both of the teams are suffering. Both of the teams are losing members of their team so far, and again, that's coming from Raging Bulls and the Skylightz Gaming, and we only have like one active player left on the side of SG. But hey, even if they win or like lose this engagement, Pika, they've already managed to put up like 6 elimination points so far. So I think they still like did a perfect job, and to be able to reach at this level in the competition already says a lot about this team.
Yep,
Now
there it is.
SG, there you go, has exited the game. Now back to MSF2D, guys. Jaguar
Thank you.
is already out of the game. Falcon now using that M416 spotted some players coming from Raging Bulls as well. Now I mean, I don't see him knocking down any of the players, considering the fact that he only has red dot. He doesn't have that much vision so far in terms of the players that is just right up in front of him. He
Wow.
may inflict damage though. I'm not taking out that fact. He may inflict damage, but that's so much so as maybe really putting them down on their knees.
Okay, this is a tight spot here for Falcon, to be honest. I think he knows how this entire terrain is actually giving him cover. So maybe that's where the confidence comes from, despite the fact that he does lack any zoom vision to really pinpoint where the oppositions are. And again, as you said, Raging Bulls, a good kilometer away, probably at this point. So Falcon just again teeing off. Look at how he's just taking singular shots, trying to add up to that bar that we always discuss at the end of each game. So here we go. You see that Demo also is trying his absolute best to take out maybe Urega rather from Karma, but
Yes.
okay, we have another team exiled out of here, Red Queen. This is
Right.
this is really shrinking really fast, like a bowl of fruits. All these teams are gonna gather around Impala. Oh my gosh, Demo! Who was that? That was Toda with a mini 14.
Yes, and well, they were doing such a great job, Pika. I mean, Godless and Joel were staying right at the edge of the circle and trying to gatekeep a couple of players or like a team, from getting inside, and Demo taking advantage of this taking control of this compound right here. But unfortunately, he gets tagged by Karma official, who came in from the southern side so far and only wanted to take advantage of this compound. Now, that was a good counter coming from Godless over there. I mean, that was a good pull of the M416. And now we got a UMP trying to go with one of the players coming from Karma, but unfortunately, Godless was the one who got knocked down this time. Now it's Joel. Joel, what are you gonna do in this situation? Igneous is cooking up that nade. Joel went for that volley onto the second ground, but wow, from a very long range, Cute Loki was the one who sealed the deal.
Man, where did you come from? Cute Loki, where did you come from? Oh my goodness, okay. A bit of vengeance right there for their double casualties in the form of Romeo Boy and Mernat Boy. Good stuff from Cute Loki, my gosh, okay. he literally just crashed that party, Red Queen, and ran away like a madman. I love it. I love it. So here we go. Agon Galactica is still looking pretty confident here, Red Queen, despite the fact that they no longer have to prove as much because of how their standing really is. Still in this, gonna gatekeep, gonna make sure that the teams remember our name. Gotta love it. Now with Agon I8, it's again 2 for 2 here, but definitely in control of the cliff. So let's see if they have their sights set on anybody. I believe that YG is pretty close, again within gun's reach.
I mean, for the side of Agon Galacticos, they are the only players that's inside Impala. Now, they have the cover of the buildings, but you don't want to really expose yourself to like open windows, right? Because it definitely gives off a little bit of angle, especially on the side of Agon, since they have taken a higher ground position. And just look at the vantage point so far on the side of 8IQQ. He spotted rather the squad, of the CMFG, right? And man, he has the chance to actually put this players down, considering the fact that he has enough, ammos so far. Because it's gonna be
Mhm.
a little bit, difficult for him should he run out of ammos right there. I mean, there's really no way for him to go and look for resources, and so he needs to be able to pick up those smart spray and maybe just go for a tap fire.
Let's see. And this is interesting as well. I don't get why this positioning
Nice.
is being sustained. Because that's what we're talking about, IQ, but definitely already gave away his position. The
Right.
sustaining of this position, or rather this post for some of these players, specifically, I believe from, I think that is MSX, right? From MSX. I don't think that
Hmm.
it's a smart move to still be out in the open. I think.
Yes.
Because at this point, okay, this is really tricky for I8. I think relinquishing that spot. I did say that he gave up his position, but he could also play possum for a little bit. He could just
Yeah.
he could just pretend that he's either there or not there. Bit of a bluff game.
Nice.
Here we go. Now, Tabby manages to take out Sleepy, and just like that, we bid a thank you once again to DRS for giving us one heck of a show. Whether it is the main team or their substitute team, Red Queen, that is it. That closes
Yes, sir.
the book for DRS for PMCS.
Yeah, and it's also interesting coming from the side of MSF to the Pika, the way that they moved from north to the west side just to take care of players coming from DRS. Now, I mean, Karma is also just within proximity, but Karma is, I think, busy dealing with the players of, if I'm not mistaken, CMFG, right? Or
Yeah,
probably
yeah, yeah.
Yangon Galacticus, we just don't know. But I mean, Agon, 8IQQ again, was able to take advantage, maybe for a little bit, on the top of that building right there. But he needs to move. He knows he needs to move and not really overexpose himself. But so far, man, he has a great view so far. He has great intel on which direction
Balak.
to point his gun. And there you go. We already have one player that's knocked down on the side of Karma officials. And things are only getting better and better, Pika, as we close on to ending this final match of the PMCS.
Okay, now the Aurora Borealis becoming way more unforgiving here, Red Queen. Stage 6. Stage 6. And Impala will be the finale of our tournament here, Red Queen. Let's see if Karmatoda can make... Oh my gosh, this is gonna hurt. He has nowhere to heal. This blue zone is definitely gonna catch up to him. Just give it a few more seconds until... Okay.
Oh!
Again! An exceptional long-range shot from Cute Loki. Where did he see that? Oh! I was just saying that, Red Queen. He was gonna walk into heal, but... Oh man, Cute Loki's literally with that scope in that direction. Is he gonna go for it as well?
Don't hit.
Oh,
Oh!
A bit of vengeance. There we go. Rowdy
Dang.
got sight of Cute Loki there, Red Queen.
I was about to say Cute Loki was like the boogeyman of Miramar, but I don't know, he was probably saying hi to Super Andrew because he stayed too long, scoping him out, and now this gives way, for CMF to actually push and move in for the kill. And Super Andrew not moving any muscle. Of course, he doesn't
look at
reveal
Cute
his position
Loki.
just yet, as to not, like maybe invite the remaining teams to come and get him. But so far, CMF has taken control of that building over there, and they now have some. This is now their refuge so far, Pika. This will definitely provide them cover, and whatever is left, from the resources of Cute Loki over there, it is already being ravaged by Tryout. So, man, just look at the amount of ammo that he has! 312, but Falak, man, with a vengeance right there. What a wonderful nade that immediately puts down Tryout. D46 as well is out of the game. And
Again,
another one bites
again.
the dust. Rowdy is down. Dictator is the only play remaining. That was fast. A while ago, they have the best advantage, and right now they are being
it's
picked
gone.
up one by one by a nade coming from Agon. They are really flushing them
There
out.
it is. There it is. Tryout fell victim as well. Okay, Falak, he definitely has an arm here, folks. I like this. I like this. Just like a tennis ball pitching machine, he hits the mark where he should. Now with an over-the-shoulder shot here, this is what Dictator wants. He wants to see if someone's through that window. If Falak was still there, but no, he is long gone. I gotta be super careful. IQ regrouping with Falak. They're making a run for it here, Red Green. Now Falcon with from MSX, he now has to regroup very, very quickly because this circle, it'll not be their favor, Red Green. It's gonna shrink. It's gonna constrict all these players, and it is CMF who does have the high ground advantage as well as the cover. So anybody's game here. Now YG has to hang in there for dear life. Super Andrew, I think he hasn't left the garage if he was staying in, Red Green.
Yes, sir. Number advantage goes to the side of MSX. All right, 2 players left for the side of Agon I8, and 2 as well coming from the side of GSM. Now, why Yangon Galacticos? Okay, even with just 1 player, I mean, he just needs to play this one out smart. I mean, we're not taking out the possibility that he can still, win the chicken dinner. But you know what? It's gonna be tough. It's really gonna be tough considering the amount of players that we still have in the game. 8 to be exact. But here comes Falcon with the attack.
Okay.
A late attack. He was able to actually inflict a lot of damage for Rowdy. Now Rowdy
Okay.
was pushed to get behind those walls, of course, to be able to heal himself up. But Rowdy boosting up because, well, the zone is about to close Pika, and, well, they're going to suffocate in just a while.
I think it's also more wise here, Red Queen, for them to actually use their med kits already with 25 seconds left before they start hitting barrels from each other. This is not a good look for Yangon Galacticus. I don't know. I don't know, Red. I think the position does not... Okay, there it is. Super Andrew has to bid adios. And thank you so much to Yangon Galacticus for still being on the top 4 before all of that is over. Now, MSX... very healthy so far, Red Queen. And should they lose one more from the team, it is going to be even all throughout. GSM still playing it slowly.
8th phase of the circle, ladies and gents. I mean, this is already small for like 3 teams remaining, right? Eventually, the zone is gonna force these players out of where they are staying right at this moment and actually engage at one another. But so far, we are seeing some kind of a Mexican standoff happening between these 3 teams. Okay, everyone is just gathering all the information that they can get so far to know what's the best way to approach this last few zones in our final match. But Rowdy, being Rowdy as always, trying to exchange some nades against MSF2D. Let's see what he's going to do in this situation.
Agon!
Johnny goes down! Johnny goes down! Oh my goodness! Now, here comes the attack coming from CMFG. They will definitely put down this players. Oh, coming from the side of MSX. Oh my goodness, this is now getting intense, Pika.
2-2. Here we go. I don't think that picking up Johnny would be the wisest choice anymore. They're going to have to go Duelo on this one. Rowdy feels that wall bang.
No.
Oh, but falls victim. Johnny, oh my gosh. Absolute vengeance. We can now say here's Johnny. And he takes out Dictator as well. GSM is out of here. Thank you so much. Care of MSX. Now final 2 teams here. Agon in big trouble here. Falak with one nade to potentially take out an entire team. Okay, there we go. Gotta breathe a little bit. IQ take out Johnny as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the end is nigh.
Oh man, here we go.
No longer in their favor. Is Agon gonna take this?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This tangoing.
I think yes! Yes! Agon! Oh man, this is like the second chicken dinner of the evening, right? If I'm not mistaken. So
Agon,
this makes this makes the 7th WWCD, for the whole tournament, Pika. I think they scored the highest number of WWCD in this tournament.
Too.
Oh man, now, I'm excited to know just who topped this. I'm excited to know just who won this tournament. I mean, I gotta be honest. I know who was leading a while ago. We know who the front runners were, But come 6 matches, and man, a lot of these teams really performed. A lot of these teams brought their A game. And
Hmm.
so, I mean, we are left here in the dark. We are really in the dark as of this moment, ladies and gents. We can't even pinpoint who really has the best number of points so far to call themselves the champion of the PUBG Mobile Community Stars.
I'm not so sure, Red Queen. To be honest, I'll make that point again. I'm not so sure if this is definitely their second winner chicken dinner tonight, but I think it was Yangon Galacticus who did win. But hold that thought for the time being. Let's talk about how match 24 went down. We have Falak, and again, we know why this is, Red Queen. Those nades have definitely been on point. Like I said, this man is a future baseball player for what it's worth. All of those nades landing absolutely clean to whoever they're throwing at. But here we go. It was godless, however, from IHC who bagged the MVP for a final game. This is momentous, for all of these players to make records as soon as we close PMCS.
And I love the fact that how Falak changed his position, when he was cooking up that nade, and he wasn't even spotted by the players coming from MSF2D. I think that was the essential kill so far from a nade coming from Falak, and
It
man, that was
was.
just like it was a fast-paced match between those two teams. But anyway, yeah, head to head, we got AJ coming from Skylightz and Falak again coming from Agon. Now we have similar elimination points so far, but there's a
Mhm.
huge difference when it comes to the damage dealt and the average
And
survival time.
survival.
Oh my God, I
Man.
think it goes to Falak over here. I mean, AJ, it just goes to show that he's compared to Falak, I mean, he's a little bit not good on choosing their positions, probably because he gets tagged most often than not. The first one to be out of
Mhm.
the team, perhaps. So we don't exactly know.
And that final circle really got me tensed, to be honest, because it was really anybody's game, Red Queen. Honestly, the fact that MSX actually had one man advantage, that was the biggest they got, throughout that top
Mm-hmm.
four. And Yangon Galacticus, I believe it was Super Andrew who had to try and pray to all that is good so that he would survive all of that. Managed again to hang in there, with 11 total points for both IHG and YG. They didn't really do they have nothing to keep their heads down for, right? So beautiful stuff. However, I couldn't say the same for, I believe it was Limit Over, who was the only team who left without anything. Literally, no eliminations, no placement points, sadly, because Stalwart Esports and Red Esports, they did not deploy at all. And that was long, considering we only had 14 teams to work with, Red Queen.
Yeah, and we did say that there was really so much things to look out for tonight. I mean, the score is really tight at the moment, and
Hmm.
there's myriad of ways this thing can go. And we've always said it, Pika, that there might be teams that may surprise us, and not even just talking about the team that we actually least expect to win, but also the fact that there can be a team that has always been a strong contender that
Hmm.
will come from like that will drop from the top to the bottom. And so far,
Yeah.
I am already getting anxious a bit, still trying to figure out who will win this competition. But hold your thought, because we still have a voting going on, up until the
Hmm.
20th of June, right? You need to cast in
The
your
24th.
favorite
Yeah.
24th, yeah, fan
Yeah.
favorite team, and of course your favorite player as well. I mean, this is your opportunity to show them some love and support so far, and put them on a pedestal that rightfully deserved, right? So yeah, please cast in your votes.
Don't wait any longer. But speaking of not waiting, we cannot wait to see the final scores throughout the entire competition. I'm pretty sure they're going to post it on Esports County as well as A1 Gaming Esports. So
Yes, sir.
for what it's worth, thank you so much to all the teams who participated from all their groups. We started off with 24, and we have narrowed it down to just those few teams who made it to the very end of that game
Hmm.
and throughout the entirety of the tournament. Thank you guys so much. We are not going to mention every single one of you, but you know that no matter what place you ended at, we are very thankful because you gave us good memories, good action to
Yes.
cast from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you.
Yes, and Agon Esports, they really did win a lot of the winner winner chicken dinners. Although they may be low on elimination points so far during the previous
Hmm.
matches, I think they pretty much racked up a good number of points this time for the final day. And so we're really excited, how much they were able to climb up the ladder in terms of rank, Pika, because well, Agon I8, they're surely top of part of the top 16, but then again, there is a big chance, though, that they can be part of the top 8.
That's true. Again, all these points really gathering, all that hard work coming into fruition, Red Queen, just wrapping everything up. I'm pretty sure that we are gonna see more of these teams moving forward. So keep that head held high. Never ever second guess your talent, ladies and gentlemen. All of you here who made up this PMCS Grand Finals, A1 Gaming Esports, Esports County, all the teams who participated. Once again, we cannot thank you enough. But it has been it for us. Yours truly, Pika Lozano on the mic alongside Red Queen Gaming. Saying it one last time here at PMCS. Good night, sleep tight. See you and on to the next one. We are out.
No, fuck that shit.